Welcome to the latest installment of OUSD in 1. We're excited to share that Knoll Canyon and Taft Elementary Schools have been named 2025 California Distinguished Schools by the California Department of Education. This prestigious honor recognizes schools with exceptional student achievement, engagement, and a positive school climate. Knoll Canyon and Taft exemplify the dedication of our educators, students, and families in achieving academic excellence. These outstanding schools are among 45 in Orange County to earn this top distinction based on the 2024 California School Dashboard. A special awards ceremony will be held at the Disneyland Hotel on May 30th. Congratulations to our distinguished schools. This well-deserved recognition reflects the ongoing effort and commitment to student success. A complete list of our award-winning schools and programs is on our website under our schools.
I call the opening session of the May 21st board meeting to order at 5:01. Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, we have a quorum.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on closed session items?
We don't.
We do not. Okay, we adjourn to closed session at 5:01.
Welcome to the latest installment of OUSD in 1. We're excited to share that Knoll Canyon and Taft Elementary Schools have been named 2025 California Distinguished Schools by the California Department of Education. This prestigious honor recognizes schools with exceptional student achievement, engagement, and a positive school climate. Knoll Canyon and Taft exemplify the dedication of our educators, students, and families in achieving academic excellence. These outstanding schools are among 45 in Orange County to earn this top distinction based on the 2024 California School Dashboard. A special awards ceremony will be held at the Disneyland Hotel on May 30th. Congratulations to our distinguished schools. This well-deserved recognition reflects the ongoing effort and commitment to student success. A complete list of our award-winning schools and programs is on our website under our schools.
I call the regular session of the May 21st board meeting to order at 7:05 p.m. Please, everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Superintendent Christensen, are there any reports from closed session decisions?
Yes, there are. For item 2C, as the board agreed with the recommendation to delegate authority to the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services to settle the existing litigation case number 30-201-01176-963-CU-PO-CJC. The vote was 7-0. That concludes the report of closed session.
Thank you very much. Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Motion to adopt the agenda.
Okay. What? No, we're not. Okay. Trustee Thomas, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Vane, thank you very much. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion carries 7-0. All right. We will start with the superintendent's report. Superintendent Christensen.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I am looking forward to celebrating our high school scholars this evening and congratulating them, their families, their teachers, all of them, K through 12, on their amazing accomplishments. Congratulations to each of you. I look forward to hearing about what is next in your lives. Additionally, I'd like to bring the board and community up to date on the work being done by the School Consolidation Committee. As you may recall, on January 23rd, the board approved my recommendation to study consolidating schools to better provide for educational experiences for our students. The committee has been meeting since April 28th to develop various options for cabinet and staff to validate and refine to bring forward for review with the Board of Education. As that committee's work is expected to be finished in early June, the next phase of the work, with cabinet and staff working to refine these options, will be starting. I'm pleased to share that we expect to be ready to start meeting with the board in a study session meeting format later in June, and we would propose June 18th, as that's already a board meeting night, if that works for everyone. I also want to acknowledge the diligent efforts of the community members, teachers, principals, administrators, and cabinet for their efforts in getting this work done with such deliberation and so quickly. So I look forward to meeting with you on the 16th and bringing more information. And of course, that'll be an open session meeting. The work that's been done on the consolidation has been behind closed doors. It hasn't been a Brown Act meeting, but the meeting that takes place on the 18th and subsequent meetings with the board will, of course, be open to the public. All right? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you said the 16th, and it's going to be June 18th.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hi. Welcome, everybody, to our Board of Education meeting. It's an exciting, exciting night of celebrating our students tonight. This time of year is really special. We have so much happening, so much going on. You're going to hear from our board members as to what they've been up to, but suffice it to say there are multiple events each day, every day, and everybody is doing their best to make it to as many as we can. It's the time of year when you really see the payoff for all the hard work of our teachers, of our students, and our staff, and where we get to see the important impact that all of our decisions as a board have on our students. We're proud of the amazing accomplishments of our students, many of whom will be recognized tonight. These young individuals being recognized have excelled in every possible way. We have so many incredible students and achievements, and we're deeply grateful for the teachers and classified staff who provide opportunities and inspiration to our students every day. Your tireless efforts and innovative thinking continue to improve our programs and make a significant impact on our students' lives. We're grateful for the partnerships with parents. We're grateful for the partnerships with other family members, and community groups and foundations that support us and that play a vital role in student success. Last night I had the honor of attending the Orange High Early College Academy graduation, and talk about an amazing group of overachievers. Many of these students are the first in their families to attend college, and alongside San Diego Canyon College, our incredible teachers guide students through high-level college coursework. I know some of these students' stories, and to say the least, saying they're resilient is an understatement. Many of them are involved in sports, JROTC, the arts, working jobs, and handling family responsibilities, some much beyond their years, and we're immensely proud of them. One notable graduate last night is our very own student board member, Nadia Flores, who was elected to be their class speaker, and she did a wonderful job last night, very inspiring. You made us all cry. Her achievements and dedication are really a testament to the potential of all of the students in that program, so thank you. Thank you for that. I wanted to express a heartfelt thanks to our superintendent, Mr. Christensen, and the dedicated cabinet, administrators, teachers, and staff in our district. Your work is what makes all of this success possible. I know this is a little bit long. It's the last meeting of the school year, so there's a lot to cover. And so again, I'll apologize for going a little bit long this time, but there's too much stuff going on. But finally, I want to acknowledge Superintendent Christensen's shared commitment with the board to engage in transparent communication and to engage in the hard work needed to proactively protect all the wonderful things we have going on in this district. As I've said before, this board itself is extremely deeply invested in this district. Orange Unified is our home. We're OUSD parents, we're OUSD alumni, we're former employees, we're longtime members of the community, active volunteers. We rode our bikes on these streets when we were little. I think the combination of time that we've all lived here well exceeds 220 years, if I counted correctly. So these are our homes, and we care deeply about Orange Unified, and that is why we are so passionate about ensuring the long-term viability and success of our district and of our programs. Our goal is to protect the great academic programs, create even better ones that evolve over time, and provide students and staff with all the support that they need, and to update and improve the facilities that our students learn in, because that's a really important aspect of learning, is to make sure, and we've seen from the success of Measure S, how important good facilities are. Mr. Christensen, thank you for your willingness to address really difficult topics. It's a fact that all public schools have challenges, but those related to facilities and finances are looming. We would be foolish to ignore the very real possibility of federal budget cuts and declining enrollment. Again, it's a problem faced by nearly all California districts and based primarily on demographics and lower birth rates. The discussions that we're having right now that Mr. Christensen referenced, they're not easy discussions, but they're discussions surrounding asset management and school consolidation, and they're necessary for us to look at to determine the long-term health of our district. We acknowledge that there's been past distrust of school boards. It's part of what motivated a lot of us to run for school board, frankly. And we have been committed to and have said from day one that we will do things transparently and openly. Addressing the kind of challenges that we're talking about requires data analysis. It requires community input and honest conversations. Many boards that came before us have discussed these issues, but this board is actually taking action, and it's exciting to move in that direction. Over the past year, we have focused on asset management. It's a conversation that's been occurring for quite some time, and talking about maximizing the existing resources that we have to improve our schools. And I understand not everybody is sitting at their computer watching OUSD board meetings, particularly if you don't have students in our district, but trust me when I say, if you look at the agenda, we've been talking about this. Nearly a year ago, we began discussions about forming a 7-Eleven committee to do a deep dive on all of the facts and data related to potentially underutilized property. But we just named that committee recently, just in the last couple of meetings. And that process is literally just beginning. It is just starting. I have heard some misinformation about La Vida land having been declared surplus and being sold for high-density housing, and I just want to assure you that is completely false. The 7-Eleven committee has only met twice and hasn't made a single recommendation to the Board of Education. The board also directed the superintendent to create the committee to study school consolidation. And it may be very well that the 7-Eleven committee wants to see what the consolidation committee has to say before they make any recommendations. I think that would probably be wise. We understand that good questions are arising and that both committees are driven by a desire as much as they can by data and to give us good recommendations. There's no rush to do this. We want to get to the right decision because we want to do the best for our students and for the students in the future. Our goal is to ensure a thriving district that lasts well beyond our tenure on the board. We appreciate staff and community's efforts in studying consolidation, facilities, budgets, and examining the organizational structure of Orange Unified and considering how best to maximize our assets. Your hard work is invaluable. But we're here. Let's celebrate tonight our students' accomplishments and remain dedicated to providing the best education possible for these students and all the students to come. And I still believe, and I do believe, this is the best district in Orange County. Go OUSD. Thank you so much. All right, we will move on to item 4C, recognition of outgoing and incoming student board members. And our student board members are elected every year from each of the district's 5 high schools. These representatives join us at board meetings and provide wonderful insight and highlights of their school's activities and events on a rotating basis. This evening, on behalf of the Board of Education, we would like to thank our student board members for their excellent service during the school year. At this time, I would like to have Trustee Page and Trustee Glass come to the podium to recognize our student board members.
All right. Good evening. Good evening. So what we want to begin with Sahar to Arna. I'm sorry. Come on up, please. Okay. Sahar is a graduating senior at Kenyon High School. This fall, she will attend UCLA. She'll be a Bruin, where she plans to major in chemistry on a pre-med track. Over the summer, of course, she wants to spend quality time with her friends and with her family. She's also recovering from an ACL surgery, and she wants to find a job, and she's hopefully going to be able to go on a senior trip. So we wish her continued success as she begins this exciting journey toward her future in medicine. Thank you for your service.
Up next, we have Jimena Espinosa. Okay. Jimena is a graduating senior from El Medina High School. This fall, she will attend the University of California, San Diego, where she plans to major in political science with a concentration in international relations following a pre-law track. Over the summer, Jimena looks forward to exploring new places, spending time with friends and family, and making the most of every moment before college begins. She also plans to stay busy by working and volunteering in her community, and we wish her well and all the best as she prepares her next chapter.
Nadia Flores Lopez, Orange High School. All right. Nadia Flores Lopez is a graduating senior at the Orange High School. And in the fall, I can do that, right? Okay. In the fall, she will attend University of California, Riverside, where she'll major in biochemistry. Nadia has been awarded both the College Bound Scholarship and a UCR grant, which will support her academic journey. After completing her undergraduate degree, she plans to attend medical school with aspirations to become a doctor specializing in pediatrics, neurology, or obstetrics. This summer, Nadia will move into her dorm at UCR to complete a certified nursing assistant program, gaining valuable hands-on medical experience. She also plans to spend a memorable final summer with friends and travel to Mexico to visit family. We're proud of Nadia's accomplishments and excited for all that lies ahead of her in the future. We commend her drive and dedication to a future in medicine. Congratulations. Oh, we're just going to do those. We're not going to read. Okay. We're going to do the other two. It's okay. We're good. We're good. You guys stand here. We'll do the other two. and then-
Just wait here. Oh, and then we'll read the
Hang
other
out
two.
with us.
Okay. We have two more student school board members who couldn't be with us tonight, but we still want to highlight all their achievements. Yanni San Juan from Richland High School is a current junior, and next year she will be transferring to Orange High School to complete her senior year, where she looks forward to challenging herself with advanced placement courses such as AP Chemistry and AP Psychology. After high school, Yanni plans to pursue nursing at Santa Ana College with the goal of becoming a labor and delivery nurse. She is passionate about supporting mothers through childbirth and caring for newborns and is already focused on training and coursework that will help achieve that goal. We're so proud of Yanni's dedication and look forward to her continued success.
And finally, Alexander Tran. Alex Tran is a graduating senior from Villa Park High School, and while he couldn't be with us tonight due to a senior awards event at his high school, we are proud to recognize his achievements. This fall, Alexander will begin studying political science at George Washington University in Washington, D.C., starting with his freshman year abroad in Paris, France. Everyone else has to go to school. He's going to Paris. He plans to attend law school after college and pursue a career in private practice. This summer, Alex will be interning with the Anaheim Chamber of Commerce, gaining hands-on experience before he heads off to the East Coast. We congratulate Alexander and look forward to seeing what the future holds. Congratulations on a job well done.
No, one part.
Well, we'll do that after,
Okay.
because I already started. Okay. So we'll do this last part now.
Okay, great. Our student board members for the 2025-2026 school year are as follows. For Canyon High School, we have Lorelei Garreau. El Medina High School, Dylan Platfoot. Orange High School, Jacob Gonzalez. Villa Park High School, Caitlin Cortines. And Richland will announce its new representative in September. Thank you again for your dedicated service to your school and to the Board of Education. As for next year's student board members, we look forward to having you join us at our board meetings in the new school year. And thank you, everyone, and enjoy your summer.
Thank you, Trustees Page and Glass, and thank you to our student board members for an incredible year of service that you've given. I will say that incoming board members have really big shoes to fill because you all have been amazing. So thank you for your service. We appreciate it. Okay, item 4D, recognition of high school students, class of 2025, outstanding academic achievement. The end of the school year is marked with significant events at Orange Unified School District, but the one event high school seniors are most excited about is graduation. This year's graduates from the district's 4 comprehensive high schools are among the most competitive and talented groups of students in our district and have set the bar high in the classroom and in the community. Tonight, we are proud to recognize the high school seniors who achieved outstanding scholastic achievement at their respective high schools. And at this time, I would like to invite Brent McKee, principal at Canyon High School, to the dais to introduce his high achievers.
Good evening, President Erickson, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Christensen. I would like to invite our first highest achiever, Bradley Marienfeld, to join me at the dais. Please welcome Bradley Marienfeld, a standout graduate from Canyon High School, where he earned an impressive 4.9 GPA while taking multiple AP courses. Bradley also received the State Seal by Literacy in Spanish and contributed to his community through various volunteer roles, including working as a Spanish tutor. This fall, he's taken a bold step by moving to Germany to study aviation management and economic engineering. With a passion for global impact and sustainability, Bradley aims to pursue an international career in the aviation industry and help drive meaningful change towards a greener future in air travel. Congratulations, Bradley. I would like to invite Emma Wu to join me at the dais. Please welcome Emma Wu, a dedicated and high-achieving graduate of Canyon High School, where she earned an astounding 4.98 GPA. She received the State Seal by Literacy in French and held leadership roles as a treasurer at the Taiwanese Club and vice president of the Biology Club. Emma will be attending UC Irvine to major in biological sciences with aspirations of going pre-med and becoming an OB/GYN. She hopes to one day work at a teaching hospital, travel the world, and support her family, all while enjoying her love of reading and spending time with her friends. Congratulations, Emma. It is my pleasure to present you both with certificates of commendation and congratulate you on your academic accomplishments as Comanches for the class of 2025. Please welcome Bob King, principal of El Medina High School.
Hello. From El Medina High, I would like to invite our first high achiever, Sophia Andrews, to join me at the dais. Please welcome Sophia Andrews, an accomplished graduate of El Medina High School, where she earned an outstanding 4.84 GPA while taking several AP courses. In addition to her academic excellence, Sophia was a committed athlete on both the cross-country and track teams, demonstrating perseverance and discipline on and off the field. She has also made a meaningful impact in her community through her involvement with the Orange Homegrown Youth Literacy Program, helping young readers develop a lifelong love of learning. This fall, Sophia will begin her journey at Orange Coast College with plans to transfer to UC campus or an out-of-state school to major in molecular and cell biology. Her ultimate goal is to attend dental school, become a dentist, travel the world, and eventually settle in Northern California or Washington. Sophia's dedication, compassion, and drive make her a rising star with a bright future ahead. Congratulations, Sophia. I would now like to invite Patrick Din to join me at the dais. Please welcome Patrick Din, an exceptional graduate at El Medina High School, where he earned an outstanding 4.91 GPA. A proud member of the National Honor Society, Patrick is known for his academic dedication and his commitment to giving back, regularly volunteering at the Orange Public Library, where his love for reading continues to grow. This fall, he'll be attending UC Irvine as a chemistry major with plans to pursue medical school and become a healthcare professional. Patrick's vision for the future is refreshingly grounded. He hopes to live a comfortable, meaningful life, build a family, and discover new hobbies along the way. Thoughtful, driven, and humble, Patrick is on a path to making a quiet but powerful impact on the world. Congratulations, Patrick. I would like to invite Cash Sebastian to join me at the dais. Please welcome Cash Sebastian, a standout graduate of El Medina High School, where he earned an impressive 4.9 GPA while excelling in challenging courses like AP Physics, AP Chemistry, and AP Computer Science Principles. Cash is a dedicated student athlete, having competed on the varsity cross country and track teams, and he also served as president of the Math Club. Beyond academics and athletics, he works as a lifeguard and is actively involved in community service. Cash plans to major in astrophysics, driven by a passion for discovery and a desire to help others. His ultimate goal is simple, yet profound: to be happy, make a difference, and leave the world a better place. Congratulations, Cash. I am proud to present you all with certificates of commendation and congratulate you on your outstanding academic achievements of El Medina High School's class of 2025. At this time, please welcome Cheryl Anderson Glass, principal of Orange High School.
All right, from Orange High, I would like to invite our first highest achiever, Leonardo Medina, to meet me at the dais. Come on up. Please welcome Leo Medina, an accomplished graduate of Orange High School, where he earned an impressive 4.8 GPA. Sorry about that. He would have been mad about that. He's well-rounded and a dedicated student. Leo balanced academics with a wide range of activities, running cross-country, track and field, playing in both the jazz band and string orchestra, and taking on leadership as vice president of the Key Club and an active member of the Red Cross Club. This fall, he'll be attending Chapman University as a Simon STEM Scholar to study mathematics and civil engineering. With future plans to pursue a career in civil or government environmental engineering, Leo hopes to make a meaningful impact by improving infrastructure and expanding access to natural resources. Leo is passionate about building a better world, while always keeping his roots close. His biggest goal in life, to stay connected with the support of the people who matter the most, his family. Congratulations, Leo. Next up, we have Titus Messersmith, and he's not here, but I still would love to share his accomplishments. Titus Messersmith is an outstanding graduate of Orange High School, where he also earned a 4.8 GPA while taking on a challenging course load that included AP Calculus, AP Environmental Science, AP English Literature, AP Microeconomics, and AP U.S. Government and Politics. Beyond the classroom, Titus has spent 8 years playing the violin, volunteers with the Red Cross, and co-founded the Tabletop Games Club, proving he's as creative and compassionate as he is academically driven. Titus plans to pursue a BS in mathematics with a minor in environmental science, as well as a BS and a master's degree in civil engineering. His future goals include owning a home, starting a family, helping those in need, and exploring the world. With his sharp mind and generous heart, Titus is well on his way to building a life and a world that's both meaningful and impactful. Congratulations, Titus. I am proud to present you with these certificates of commendation. Congrats on being honored for your outstanding academic achievements in Orange High School's class of 2025. Please welcome Dr. Whitmer to present on behalf of Villa Park Principal Dennis McHouston.
Principal McHouston and the students are unable to attend this evening's board meeting. These outstanding and well-deserving students are being recognized tonight at a previously scheduled awards event at their school. It's my honor to stand in on Principal McHouston's behalf and to acknowledge their achievements here as well. From Villa Park High School, I would like to recognize Christopher Bion. Christopher Bion is a remarkable graduate of Villa Park High School, proudly finishing with a 5.0 GPA and an academic record packed with AP classes. Christopher has made a lasting impact as vice president of the Science Olympiad, a dedicated tutor, and an active member of his church worship team. He's also involved with Korean Culture Club, National Honor Society, and the American Chemical Society. He's also a talented musician who plays both piano and guitar. Christopher will be heading to a four-year college with plans to eventually pursue a master's or PhD in mechanical engineering. His goals include working at a major tech company, launching his own startup, or contributing to research, always with the vision of developing technology that helps others and moves society forward. Congratulations, Christopher. Next, I would like to honor Anya Chopra. Anya is an accomplished graduate of Villa Park High School, where she earned an outstanding 4.89 GPA while taking on a challenging course load that included AP Microeconomics, AP US Government, AP Calculus, AP Physics, and more. Anya has been a dedicated member of her school's robotics team, a longtime Girl Scout, and a compassionate volunteer with the Bishan Rescue of Orange County. This fall, she'll be heading to Cal Poly Pomona to major in mechanical engineering. With a passion for innovation and a heart full of big dreams, Anya hopes to build a successful career as a mechanical engineer, all while creating a happy life. Complete, of course, with a loving family and a dog. Congratulations, Anya. Next, I'd like to recognize Isabella Puccio. Isabella is a standout graduate of Villa Park High School with a 4.89 GPA and a resume full of leadership and involvement. From president of the National Charity League and HOSA Club to the water polo and swim teams, as well as commissioner of special events. She's heading to San Diego State University to major in kinesiology with a focus on pre-physical therapy and a minor in interdisciplinary studies. Isabella plans to pursue a doctorate in occupational therapy and hopes to gain experience from around the world while studying abroad. Her goal is to help children live more independently as a licensed OT, all while building a fulfilling life filled with family, travel, and a few beloved dogs. Congratulations, Isabella. And finally, I'd like to recognize Nhi Vo, an extraordinary graduate of Villa Park High School, proudly finishing with an excellent 4.89 GPA. Nhi has shown exceptional leadership as the president of both the Red Cross Club and the NAMI Club, while also giving her time as a volunteer tutor at the local library and with the Discovery Cube. This fall, she'll be heading to Princeton University to major in chemistry. With dreams of becoming a surgeon or dermatologist, Nhi hopes to one day combine her passion for medicine with her love for travel and explore the world with her family by her side. Congratulations, Nhi. And the certificates of commendation were delivered to Villa Park High School earlier this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you. Congratulations. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. I'm so happy that when I get sick, as I get older, that we'll have all of you to take care of us. We really appreciate it. I mean, 4.8, 4.9. Oh, we need to also get you all back up here so we can take a picture of all of you together. With the principals. With the principals. Sorry.
Face right here. Right here. You guys are this way. Right. Go that way. Now come back in. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, congratulations. We'll see you at graduation. We're excited for you. Okay, so going to item 4E, Board Proclamation. Trustee Thomas will be here to present that proclamation.
If I could have Tanya Espere come meet me up here, please, and your team. Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to present this item recognizing Classified School Employee Week, marking the 57th year since its first statewide recognition in 1969. As a proud 30-year classified employee, I'm excited to present this. Classified employees are the heartbeat of our schools. From transporting and feeding students to supporting instruction, maintaining safe campuses, and keeping our offices running. Their contributions are essential to every part of our educational system. Their work touches every part of our educational system. They are often the first to arrive and the last to leave, ensuring that every day runs efficiently and safely for our students and staff. This year's theme, Trusted, Inclusive, and United, perfectly reflects the spirit of our 1,550 classified staff members who show up each day with dedication, care, and a strong sense of community. Tonight, we present a proclamation officially declaring May 18th through May 24th as Classified School Employee Week in our district. We invite our students, families, and staff to join us in celebrating and thanking our classified employees for the vital role they play in supporting our schools. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Here we go, over here. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Stay here. Gotta take these off first. I can't read. Evening, Board President Erickson, members of the board, Superintendent Christensen, and everyone here tonight. I'm truly honored to stand before you as we celebrate Classified School Employees Week. On behalf of all the dedicated staff, classified staff, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the school board and our district leaders for this recognition. This year's our theme is Trusted, Inclusive, and United, perfectly captures the essence of who we are as classified employees. We are trusted members of this educational community, each of us bringing unique skills and perspectives to our work. We are inclusive, ensuring that every student and staff member feels supported and valued. And we are united in our mission to create a positive, enriching environment where all students can thrive. Classified employees play a vital role in the daily operations of our school, from the maintenance crew that keeps our building safe, to the cafeteria staff who nourish our students, to the office staff who keep everything running smoothly. We are all committed to the success and well-being of our students. This week is a reminder that every contribution, no matter how big or small, is integral to creating a positive and productive learning environment. It is a privilege to be a part of a successful, hardworking, passionate team. Thank you again for this recognition and for your ongoing support of all classified employees of our district. Together, we continue to make a difference in the lives of our students. Thank you. Guys, we have to take a picture. Come on, Michelle.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You truly are the foundation upon which so many of our programs rely. So thank you for all that you do for our students. Item 4F, Proclamation, National Speech Language Pathologist Appreciation Day, May 18th, 2025. Trustee Pelley.
Thank you, President Erickson. I'd like to invite Lauren Pazdior and her team to come up to the podium. Okay. I was lucky. Oh, good. We have a lot of you here. I'm so glad. Tonight, we're proud to recognize a group of professionals who make a remarkable difference in the lives of our students every single day. Our speech-language pathologists and speech-language pathology assistants. Speech-language pathologists, or SLPs, are highly trained experts who support students with communication challenges. Whether it's helping a child speak more clearly, understand language better, or gain confidence in expressing themselves, their work is essential, not just for academic success, but for building meaningful connections with others. Working alongside them are our dedicated speech-language pathology assistants, or SLPAs, who provide direct support to students under the supervision of SLPs. SLPAs play a vital role in implementing therapy plans, tracking progress, and helping ensure that every student receives the support that they need. Together, SLPs and SLPAs work with students facing a wide range of needs, from speech sound errors and developmental delays to voice disorders and stuttering. They meet each student with care, patience, and a deep understanding of how to help them thrive. Their impact goes far beyond words. They empower students to find their voice. And I am so fortunate to have been able to witness all of this firsthand. Very lucky. On behalf of the Board of Education, I'm honored to proclaim May 18th, 2025 as National Speech Language Pathologist Appreciation Day in the Orange Unified School District. We thank both our SLPs and SLPAs for their incredible dedication, their skill, and the compassion that they show every day. Please join us in showing our appreciation to these outstanding professionals who do so much for our students, families, and schools.
Good evening, Board President Erickson, members of the board, Superintendent Christensen, cabinet, and community members. On behalf of the speech-language pathologists and speech-language pathology assistants present here tonight, as well as our dedicated colleagues who could not be with us, we are honored to accept this recognition during National Speech-Language Hearing Month and the week of National Speech-Language Pathologist Day, which was May 18th, with heartfelt gratitude.
We extend our thanks to the board, Dr. Singh and Dr. Pazdior, for their support and recognition of this dedication, expertise, and efforts of our SLPs and SLPAs. We would also like to express our heartfelt appreciation to OUEA for their steadfast support for our speech department. Your advocacy and dedication make an invaluable difference in our work and in the lives of the students we serve. It is truly an honor and blessing to serve our community and our students through this meaningful profession in which our mission is to empower our students to find their voices, express themselves, and reach their fullest potential. Thank you again for this honor.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all that you do. And I can see that Trustee Pelley really enunciated during that proclamation. You get some pressure. It's true. That's right. Well, thank you. All right, item, where are we? 4G, student board member reports, the best part of the night. However you want to do. Nadia, if you want to start? Okay.
Good evening, Superintendent Christensen, members of the board, and board trustees. I will give you my final report on Orange High School this evening. Tomorrow, we will be celebrating our CTE luncheon for our Panther Pathway completers. 214 of our Panthers have been invited to our luncheon to celebrate this amazing accomplishment. At Orange High School, we have approximately 12 pathways that students could take to get a head start and insight into many different career paths. Today, our Lady Panthers had their third round of CIF at home for our softball team. We are very proud and excited for our softball team, and they have been working very hard all season to make it this far. Today, we are also celebrating another huge accomplishment for our seniors. Our avid seniors have been celebrated today with their awards. Seniors will be receiving their stoles for graduation to celebrate their incredible accomplishments. This past Saturday, we celebrate our prom dance at the Disney Grand Californian Hotel with our Disney-inspired theme being Flower Gleam and Gloom, inspired by the Disney movie Tangled. Our upperclassmen had an incredible time, and seniors cherished every moment since it is our last high school dance we will ever be attending. As we count on the last 11 days of high school until we have for graduation, seniors are incredibly excited for all of our senior events that we have coming up. We are very excited for senior sunset, elementary school walks, our hello goodbye assembly, and of course, graduation. While that concludes my report, I want to take a moment to thank the Orange Unified School District Board of Education, especially Dr. Glass, Board Member Page, and Ms. Eric for their guidance and support during the school year. I would also like to thank my principal, Ms. Glass, and Ms. Kenyon for selecting me to be this year's student board member. It is because of them that I have great opportunities like this, and it wouldn't be possible without their love and support. I would also like to introduce Orange High School newest student board member, Jacob Gonzalez. Jacob has been on our ASB team since his freshman year, a student athlete on both swim and water polo, and I am very confident that he will do amazing in this role next year. That is all I have for today. Thank you so much.
Good evening, President Erickson, Superintendent Christensen, Trustees, Cabinet, and Community. I will present to you all my final report for El Medina High School. To start off, our annual prom was held this past Saturday at the Cathedral in Pomona. Our theme, our Royal Renaissance Gala, was presented through a lovely venue filled with fun and guarded by knights. It was definitely a night to remember, and our seniors will hold this night as a core memory of their senior year. And of course, with end of the year comes senior celebrations. This morning, our counselors hosted our college signing day at our amphitheater. Our seniors were recognized for where they will be continuing their education with photos, t-shirts, and coffee cake. They all signed a map of the U.S. stating where they were heading on to, and it was great seeing our vanguards go to places all across the nation. Our first ever scholarship ceremony was hosted last night to recognize our seniors who had received scholarships from and outside El Medina. We recognized students within our various programs and those who received scholarships from the Assistance League, the Marine Corps, College Bound, and more. We cannot be proud of our recipients as their hard work and dedication had led them to this wonderful night. We have our final assembly tomorrow, our goodbye assembly, where we celebrate the end of the year as a time of celebration. Under the theme of Crafting Your Future from the video game Minecraft, we will see performances from our talented cheer, dance, and pom teams alongside recognition of our new ASB team for the upcoming school year. To end my report, I wanted to give a major round of applause to our softball team. They've been killing it this season, going up the ranks and getting wins left and right. They are currently going up against Notre Dame High School today for the quarterfinals for CIF Division I playoffs, only a couple stops away from bringing a trophy home. We wish them the best, as we know that we are incredibly proud of them. To conclude, I would like to thank the Board of Education for providing me with the opportunity to be a student board member and to represent El Medina. It has been such a wonderful experience, and I've learned so much from my time here. To Trustee Page, Trustee Glass, and Ms. Eric, I'd like to thank you so much for the support that you've given me and my fellow board members throughout this entire year, and it's been such an incredible experience and such an incredible way to learn and grow, not only as a person, but also throughout my role that I wish to partake in the future. So thank you so much.
And I'm pleased to report that someone told me via text like an hour ago that Elmo won 6-4. So congratulations.
Good evening, Superintendent Christensen, President Erickson, trustees, cabinet, and community members. Here at Canyon, students are excited to have finally finished AP testing and are ready to head into the final weeks of school. This past weekend, we had prom at the Anaheim train station, which was a gorgeous venue, and it was lit up in green and purple to match our theme, which was A Night in New Orleans and centered around Princess and the Frog. We had over 750 students attend, and we also crowned our prom king and queen, Marissa Walker and Demir Ramikudoyev. 2 nights ago, we had an athletic awards night for students who participated in Athletic Council, which is like a leadership group for all our sports teams, and they participated in their junior and senior year. Awards were given out for character, sportsmanship, success in both academics and athletics, CIF recognition, and more. We also had 5 of our final seniors officially signed to play their sport in college, and it was amazing to celebrate their success. This morning, ASB held our last pep rally of the year. It was a decades theme centered around a Back to the Future skit. Each spring sport was assigned a decade of music, such as the 80s or the 2000s, and they did a dance for the student body and talked about their accomplishments during their seasons. We also did games where students could participate in, such as musical chairs, tug of war, and more, and it was super fun, and the crowds got really loud and into it. Next Wednesday, there will be a senior award night. Sashes and other awards will be handed out to graduating IB students, scholarship recipients, department laureates that teachers have chosen, and more. As high school is coming to a close for our seniors, we will be celebrating with a Spirit Week, grad night at Disneyland, senior breakfast for yearbook signing, a senior sunset, and a movie night where we will also play a video recap that our commissioners of Spirit have made to celebrate our last year together. It has been an absolute pleasure to be the student board member for Canyon High School this year. I have learned so much and met some amazing people, such as my fellow student board members who I can call my friends. And I would also like to thank Dr. Glass, Ms. Page, and Ms. Eric for your guidance throughout it. I couldn't have done it without you guys. I'm really grateful to have gotten this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if does anybody want to add anything? No? Okay. Item 5A, approval of minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from May 7th, 2025? All right, Trustee Thomas, do I have a second? Second. Trustee Pelly, all right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, item 6A, public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We have 11 public comments, and they're all non-agenda.
Okay.
So 11 non-agenda comments are 2 minutes each, and we will call them when that time comes.
Okay. All right. So that should be at, it'll be towards the end of the meeting. All right. We will start on our action items. Action item 7A, authorization for use of educational technology. Joint Powers Authority, RFP number 22-2303, Learning Management Solutions. Dr. Whitmer. Yes, thank you.
Good evening, President Erickson, trustees, and Superintendent Christensen. This action item recommends board approval, thank you, of a pilot program to evaluate Parent Square, a unified communication platform designed to streamline and enhance school-to-home communication. Parent Square integrates with our Aeries student information system and consolidates messages, announcements, forms, and alerts into one accessible platform. It also supports communication through automatic two-way translation, and it allows families to choose how they receive information, whether by email, text, phone, or mobile app. We've gone through quite a piloting process, a committee process recently, and we have, that has been facilitated by Hannah Brake of our communications department here at the district. We had about 20 to 25 people, maybe more, 30 people on the committee who contributed to discussions with the Aeries Corporation, which owns Parent Square, and went through quite a process of looking at really all the apps that are used across the district as well. The committee has recommended a pilot for the next school year from June 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. And it will include this group of schools that you see on the screen. Portola Middle School piloted it this year, and they'll continue with that through this next school year. Feedback from families, staff, and site leaders will continue to guide our next steps for potential district-wide adoption. Staff recommends approval of this pilot program. I will just put up the names of the committee members here so you can see all the folks that were involved. Again, Hannah Brake was our chairperson, did a wonderful job facilitating, and we really appreciate the participation of everybody who's been involved. So thank you.
All right, I will open it up to the board. Does anybody have any questions, comments? Anyone? Dr. Glass?
Dr. Whitmer, thank you for that presentation. I just want to validate the fact that our superintendent made this recommendation at the beginning of his tenure. Thought it was important for us to consolidate a lot of these different communication tools, and this is going to be important, I think, moving forward. So this pilot is an important thing to get us started with making sure our communication with families is more just concise. So thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Trustee Thomas?
I said it at a previous meeting, but I strongly support Parent Square as I work in a neighboring school district, and we use it and we love it. So that's all.
Excellent. Trustee Page?
Hey, Dr. Whitmer, can you go back to the list of schools that will be utilizing and piloting it this coming year? So I just want to highlight that these are schools from across the district, and it's not really one feeder pattern, but I can tell that the committee worked really hard to ensure that we had different perspectives and experiences across the district and to see how Parent Square will work. So we're excited to hear updates throughout the next school year to see how it goes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? All right. Do I have a motion to authorize the use of Educational Technology Joint Powers Authority RFP number 22-2303 Learning Management Solutions, Aeries Student Information System?
I will make the motion.
Okay, Trustee Thomas, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Glass, thank you. A second. Any further comments or? Okay. Any discussion, I should say. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And I'll say aye as well. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Okay, item 7B, approval for Amplify mCLASS Reading Difficulty Screener Agreement. Dr. Whitmer, I believe? Yes.
Tonight, our Educational Services team will provide a presentation on the recommended adoption of Amplify mCLASS, an early literacy assessment tool designed to identify reading difficulties in students at the earliest stages. This recommendation supports our commitment to early intervention, data-driven instruction, and ensuring all students build a strong foundation in reading. At this time, I'll invite Lisa Green and Jana Sines to share more about the tool and the rationale behind this recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Whitmer. Good evening, Board President Erickson, board members, Superintendent Christensen, Cabinet, and the Orange USD community. My name is Lisa Green. I'm the Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction and School Support. With me is Jana Sines. She is our Administrator for TK-12 Multi-Tiered Systems of Support. Tonight, we are providing an overview of the new requirements related to screening for risk of reading difficulties per Assembly Bill 114, including our district's implementation plan. I know there's a lot of words on this slide, so I'm just going to briefly catch a couple of them. Assembly Bill 114 mandates that all students in grades K through 2 be screened each year with a literacy screener for a risk of reading difficulties. Districts can determine the timing, and parents have the right to opt out. It's important to note that this screener is not a diagnostic tool for special education or 504 eligibility, and it must not be used for high-stakes decisions like retention or English learner reclassification. Screening must be available in a student's primary language for those who do not speak sufficient English if a tool in their primary language exists. If it doesn't, we must use a holistic review of the student's developmental and educational history, literacy progress, and English proficiency to determine if the student may be at risk for reading difficulties. This ensures that we take into account the student's background and evolving abilities in multiple literacy domains. Just so you know, OUSD has long prioritized early literacy screening through tools like Dibble's Next and Acadience. This legislation will just build on that foundation by aligning our familiar practices with statewide expectations. So what is a literacy screener? A literacy screener is an early identification tool. It helps us catch potential reading difficulties before they become significant barriers for our students. It informs instruction, helps monitor progress, and allows teachers and parents to have more informed conversations. It is the first step in delivering timely and targeted intervention. What a screener is not. Again, I'm just going to repeat this because it's critical to understand that a literacy screener is not a diagnostic tool to determine special education eligibility, nor can it be used for any high-stakes decisions. This is solely an instructional tool to help provide us information that we need so we can intervene early with students who may be at risk of reading difficulties. And why do literacy screeners matter? So first, this initiative aligns directly with our OUSD strategic plan goals, establishing clear district benchmarks and providing early intervention. When done right, research shows that 90% of students identified early with reading difficulties can become successful readers. Now I'm going to pass it over to Jana Sines so she can continue our presentation.
Thank you all. I'm going to put on my reading glasses. So I get to take you on our journey of adopting or looking at the literacy screener. So I'm going to take you on a little journey for a little bit. So in January of 2024, the State Board of Education put together a reading difficulty screener committee themselves. It was made up of 9 panel members of experts in reading. The expert panel met monthly in public sessions for a year and received presentations from various vendors. In December of 2024, the State Board of Education approved 4 screeners, as you can see on the screen: Amira, mCLASS, Multitudes, and Roar. In January, they approved them. So later that month, we jumped into action, and our OUSD committee went to the Orange County Department of Ed and heard from all 4 of these publishers. At that time, these were the State Board approved, they all presented to us. The gray portions on the side highlight what we felt as a committee were important factors for us to consider. After the OCDE publisher presentation, we eliminated Roar as a viable option for OUSD because it lacked a Spanish screener, as well as it was limited to 1st and 2nd grades only. Subsequently, we focused on the 3 screeners: Amira, mCLASS, and Multitudes. Oops, that's me. All right, so on here, February of 2025, our OUSD committee expanded to include principals, literacy resource teachers, district personnel, special education representatives, and district office representatives. The committee received presentations from the publishers, Amira and mCLASS, and we took ourselves on a self-guided tour of Multitudes. Following these sessions, the committee decided to eliminate Amira due to limited additional resources that would support Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction, and some possible uncertainties regarding the solely digital platform. The committee then decided it would be important for our literacy resource teachers to pilot both Multitudes and mCLASS. April, the committee returned. We reconvened, we reviewed pilot notes, we voted on a screener that best met OUSD teachers and student needs, and then the committee unanimously agreed that mCLASS would be the recommended screener. Due to the tight timeline from the state mandate, we began sharing this possibility with all stakeholders, In April, we met with literacy resource teachers, with the curriculum council. Teachers were notified via their representative from Student Achievement Committee, and the literacy resource teachers and EL resource teachers were all shared in general. In May, we presented to the elementary principals, and then we also presented at the LegCo. One of the committee's key considerations was selecting a screener that builds on tools our K-2 teachers have used effectively in the past. mCLASS was a strong fit because it was closely mirrored Acadience, which our teachers are familiar with. One standout feature of mCLASS is its robust parent communication support. State legislation mandates that the screening results, including actionable next steps, be shared with parents within 45 calendar days of the assessment. mCLASS excels in this area, providing high-quality parent communication, resources in multiple languages, and actionable next steps. Here are a couple key features of the mCLASS screener. It is grounded in research, the science of reading research, really focused on the dynamic indicators of basic early literacy. My educators will be familiar with DIBELS. There's direct observation, one-on-one assessments, typically taking about 6 to 10 minutes per assessment. Comprehensive features include early detection of reading risks, progress monitoring, and integration with Lectura, the Spanish assessment aligned with the English version. It also provides supports for tiered instruction, providing resources to enhance Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions. Again, lots of words, but I think it's important to hear from our educators that were piloting what they thought. So I am going to read their quotes as direct quotes from them. Kendra O'Hare, literacy resource teacher at Serrano, states, "The online assessments adapt to meet students' needs. If further assessments are required, whether more challenging or intensive, the platform adjusts accordingly. The reports provide precise data for both teachers and parents." Eva Savella, literacy resource teacher from Lamson, states mCLASS is the best choice for OUSD because of its Spanish component, mirroring the English assessment. The feature allows us to better understand Spanish-speaking students' literacy skills in their home language. The reports are user-friendly and available in both English and Spanish. mCLASS also offers an intuitive interface that is familiar to teachers due to its similarity to Acadience. Brooke Glaske, literacy resource teacher at Panorama, states, mCLASS provides not only assessments to drive data-informed instruction, but also the resources and the reports needed to support all students collaboratively across the campus. I'm going to hand it back to Lisa.
So looking ahead and pending your approval of Amplify mCLASS as our risk of reading difficulty screeners. All K-2 teachers, literacy resource teachers, and instructional specialists will be trained prior to or at the start of the 2025-26 school year. The literacy screener mCLASS will be administered 3 times per year, because that's what we currently do with Acadience, and so we want to continue that best practice, even though it is only required 1 time a year as the reading difficulty screener. So it'll be administered 3 times a year, with the mid-year screening being used to fulfill the AB 114 requirement. Intervention decisions will be based on the data and supported with supplemental programs like our foundational literacy skills programs, Hegarty Bridge to Reading, our Tier 2 literacy intervention program, which is the University of Florida Literacy Institute's UFly Foundations, and then also the Amplify mCLASS interventions that will come with this new literacy screener. Our literacy resource teachers and instructional specialists will be partnering with our classroom teachers to provide the necessary intervention support to our students. Thank you. At this time, we're happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that very thorough report. Do we have any questions, comments? Okay, Trustee Vane.
Hi, thanks for this and all of your hard work and research in going through all of these platforms. I am wondering if you can speak a little bit more about the parent communication component. So is it the case that parents receive a printout or they're able to log into something? And along those lines, right, in terms of actionable next steps, I see all the other programs, right, like Haggerty's. So does this then recommend those specific intervention programs from within, or is it they recommend you work on these things and then teachers choose within those sorts of things? Thank you.
Good question. So I'm going to start with the first one. The parent communication, based on the legislation mandate, we have decided as an organization that we will be placing the data on Aeries, very similar to what we do with our iReady data. As we continue to work on our platform for parent communication, at this time, Aeries would be the best place for it to be housed. So that will happen. We will upload that data. It will be on the students' portal, and the parents can access that data there. Parent communication will be both in English and Spanish. There is not a parent portal connected to mCLASS, thus we've chose to put that data on Aeries. To answer your second question in regards to the connections, it's what we call a crosswalk, right? There's not a direct connection, so we will be using this data to inform our instruction, much like we have done in the past, to connect it to various different realms, which might be UFly or Haggerty. It might tell us where a student is struggling, where then the teacher can make actionable next steps.
Great, thank you. I also really want to commend our team for not just doing the one required assessment, but also, utilizing best practices. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I know that this is an important identifier, and I want to just ask, in the event a child is identified as dyslexic potentially, how does that information get communicated? I know that this is not something that is going to necessarily begin a special education process, but I'm just wondering how parents can use that information as an early identifier to be able to take whatever steps they deem necessary to support their child.
So this will be one part of an overall comprehensive system that we have at our school sites. So first, if you're looking at this, this slide right here, so until we get to where you see that little orange and it says additional assessments for risk of reading difficulty. So when the first assessments are done, then some students will be flagged. And that doesn't mean that they are at risk for reading difficulties. It means that maybe we need some more assessments. Then the other assessments will be given by our literacy resource teachers. At that time, it is a flag that they may be at risk of reading difficulties, not that they are. So at that point, that's when extra interventions are put into place. So besides just the Tier 1 interventions that they're getting in their classroom, at that time, they would also get Tier 2 interventions by our literacy resource teachers. Then that comes to a whole process that we have called collaborative academic support teams. And so collaborative academic support teams, as Ms. Pelly knows, they look at our students that may be struggling or maybe below where we need them to be at grade level. And we do constant interventions, we do regular progress monitoring, and we meet as a whole group. So we meet with our principal, with our grade level teams, with any support staff that we have, and we constantly look through the data and monitoring. If a student continues to show difficulties and not show the progress that we need them to show, then they may be referred to an SST or a student study team. So there's all of these steps that parents will be informed at along the way, but it's quite a process in making sure that we catch them at the earliest route so that special education doesn't become a need. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Trustee Page?
I have a follow-up question to that. So essentially, if we have more students being screened early on, we may flag more students earlier, which is what we want. We want early intervention. But the caseloads potentially get bigger at our elementary school sites. So how will our literacy resource teachers be supported, or essentially like the entire team?
So literacy resource teachers is something new this year. So we brought in literacy resource teachers this year. Our Title I schools also have Title I resource teachers. So what we do is it's a cross-departmental support of our literacy resource teachers and our Title I resource teachers. So the curriculum department, the assessment department, the multilingual learner department, we'll meet with the literacy resource teachers at the beginning of the year and we help them analyze data. So like we said, This is something we've been doing. We've been doing these literacy screenings for 3 times a year for many years. Before Acadians, it was Dibbles Next. Before that, it was paper and pencil Dibbles. So we've been doing it for many years, and it's looking at these students and getting them that support with the literacy resource teacher, and then our departments pull in the literacy resource teachers every 6 weeks. So we can review the data with them. We can give them any additional training they need. We can help them set their classes and their groups and really kind of look at where they're at to make sure that their caseloads aren't overwhelming. And if they are larger numbers, how can we reallocate the supports at the sites to support those numbers of students needing it?
Great, thank you.
Thank you for that report and for taking us on the journey, because I think that's important for everybody to understand kind of where did this come from. We all know there's a law passed and then we have to do it, but to really show what you went through, I think that was really important, so thank you. I just have a couple questions. It looks like with all the K-2 teachers, literacy resource teachers, instructional specialists getting training, it's going to be kind of a group effort. It sounds like the classroom teachers will be doing the assessments, but maybe with help where needed if they're large classes. Is that fair to assume?
Yeah. So currently we use Acadians, and our classroom teachers do the Acadians assessments in their classroom with support from our resource teachers and instructional specialists as needed. If they need a sub for a day to support them, then we allocate funds towards that. And then it's those next step assessments too that our literacy resource teachers are going to be a big part of.
Okay. And then this isn't taking the place of Acadians, or it is?
It is.
Okay,
it will
good.
replace Acadians
Okay.
as a measure, so the teachers don't have to do both. This will be in place of. And back to that slide, I'm going to go backwards if you guys don't mind. This one's kind of important to see. As you can see, it'll be exciting if anyone knows and loves this science of reading. Previously, we had to do 3 reads to get our oral reading fluency. mCLASS, it only requires 1. So that's very exciting. So that's something taken off our teacher's plate to get actionable steps. So those check marks are the difference between Acadians and mCLASS. So we'll be replacing mCLASS. mCLASS will replace Acadians.
Thank you. I wasn't sure, but that was what I was hoping you'd say, because I know it is one more thing for teachers to do, a one-on-one assessment, even though it's only 6 to 10 minutes. That's a lot. So this one looks like it's more user-friendly as well, because I know Acadians has had some issues too, so.
Yeah. And the platform, based on the teachers who pilot it, the platform was very user-friendly. Another positive piece was the learning curve that we've been using Acadians for a while will be less. The one caveat would be is it is an electronic version. So if we have some teachers who are using the paper pencil Acadians, that will be a little bit of a challenge because it is an electronic platform where the teacher's on one device and the student's on the other. But ease of usability was one of a very high rate for mCLASS.
Good. That's good to hear. Thank you. This is just really important that we're getting this screener. Thank you for all your hard work. And thank you for the literacy resource teachers. That's huge. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just have one question to expand on, I think, Trustee Page. In the case of a student needing early intervention, how do we expand and involve parents at home? Like, is there something that we do with the parents at home to support the child?
So with mCLASS, I will talk about what we do now, right? So Lisa had mentioned our CAST process, our Collaborative Academic Support Team meeting. We have put in the last couple years parent notification, right? So if your child is brought to CAST, we ask that a letter be sent home to the families, notifying them of what that what's happening, so that your student, and also the notification with our literacy resource teachers on the interventions that are happening. If a student is mCLASS allows us to communicate within those 45 days of the data. We have always communicated the first diagnostic or the first screenings, usually around parent conferences. So most of our K-2 teachers communicate that data via parent conference. Then the middle of the year will be what's our reading risk of reading difficulty screener. Yep.
Yeah, I had a question about that. Obviously, the legislation prioritizes or adds, this mandatory 45-day parent notification. And so you indicated that it's going to be up on Aeries. It'll be uploaded to Aeries. So is that a passive thing where I have concerns that some parents might not know to look on Aeries?
It'll be on Aeries, but there'll also be parent notification letters that can be sent home, that will be sent home to parents, that will detail the results, and then it will live on Aeries. If parents want to refer to it or go back to it, that's where it will live, but they will get their initial notification through a letter.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. Anything else?
I have a
Trustee
related
Reed?
question. So is it the case that only the students that need an intervention, those parents get notified, or all the parents just say like, hi, log onto the thing and,
Yeah, we have decided best practice is to communicate with everybody. So all parents will be notified of their mCLASS, I almost said Acadians, mCLASS data put on Aeries, which is something new. So we will definitely be doing that. The legislation also requires some parent notification of the assessment before it happens. And that's the middle of the year one. So there will be parent communication in home languages sent home at the beginning of the year with some presentations that can be shared with teachers at their back to school night presentations. And those K-2 teachers, we have a really group of teachers who are trying to put together some systems so that we can make this communication seamless for both teachers and parents.
Thank you. So my sense is that with the iReady, the scores just go up, and then people aren't always notified, like, yes, your scores are up, like, go check them out. I'm wondering, could we come up with like a calendar? So you log on at this time to check out iReady, and then you log on to mCLASS, like just here's all the things and when to look.
The one space, I think, we can take that back and kind of, take into consideration that request. We do send which was School Messenger, and it is a general School Messenger, robocall that says, iReady data is up. So if everyone gets that, but I'm hopeful with our new communication platform, it can make that a little bit easier. But that is definitely something we will take back in some more strategic conversations of when those data goes up.
I would appreciate that, because I know that we had a specific iReady, opportunity for people to come and learn, and I myself learned that there was an extra barrier, like you have to know a little code and then plug it in. And
family code,
yeah. So thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Great questions. Thank you. It helps when you have children in the schools, so you worked at the schools, you do this all the time. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve Amplify mCLASS Reading Difficulty Screener Agreement?
I'll move it.
Okay. Trustee Pelley, do I have a second? Trustee Yamasaki. All right. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, we are on to item 7C, public hearing for the proposed 24 to 27 year one local accountability plan. Dr. Whitmer.
Good evening again. It is my privilege to introduce this presentation relating to this public hearing on the Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP. Tonight, our team will provide an overview of the actions and expenditures reflected in the plan and the district budget. The LCAP is grounded in stakeholder input and aligned with our district's priorities for student success. This hearing is an important part of the LCAP process, ensuring transparency, accountability, and community engagement. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Christina Lynn and Dr. Sandra Schaefer to provide the presentation.
All right, well, good evening to our board, to Mr. Christensen and our cabinet. Dr. Lynn and I are very excited this evening because we have the opportunity to present to you our draft version of the Local Control Accountability Plan. I will start this evening with just a few reminders or reviews about our LCAP for anybody that may have forgotten a couple points or in our audience that might be new to this. The LCAP is a state plan. Every district in California has a local control accountability plan, and the plan runs on a 3-year cycle. For 25-26, we will be in year 2 of our cycle, so right in the middle of that LCAP period. Everybody's LCAP, every district's LCAP is focused on the 8 state priorities for California, and the plans are all due at the end of June. So we work on them basically from the beginning of the year. We present the drafts at this time, and then we look forward to your feedback for the final presentation at the next board meeting. The actions that meet student needs, you may see them in the previous plan, so last year's plan. We don't always start from scratch. We continue those actions over again if they are necessary, and we revise, amend, take away, or change actions as needed, and we'll talk about how that's done and what the process is. And finally, the plan's evaluated every year, as I said, to see where we are with data and so forth, and what changes we might need to make. So that's kind of just a review. So now, when you get the full LCAP, it has several different components. You'll see an overview for parents, which is the budget section, the budget overview, the LCAP, the meat of the narrative pieces. It includes action tables, and finally, the final draft of the LCAP does include the instructions so that you can see the details that we are asked to put into the prompts. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lynn, and she's going to share additional information.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent, cabinet team, and members of the OUSD community. My name is Christina Lin, the Executive Director of Student Achievement. Tonight, I will be presenting the results of our LCAP survey. The slide highlights the voices of our educational partners gathered between October 2024 and January this year. We received input from over 21,000 respondents, including students, parents, staff, and community members. Notably, we saw a 162% increase in staff responses and a 113% increase from parents and community members. In addition, we received over 11,000 student responses from both elementary and secondary students, giving us a strong foundation of feedback to guide our Year 2 LCAP plan. The following is the summary of the key insights we gathered from the survey. From our parents and community, parents acknowledge the progress we've made toward the OUSD graduate profile, but they are asking for more advanced academics and STEM programs. There's also strong interest in parents' workshop and better bilingual support in college and career counseling. From our elementary students, they reported that they feel safe and supported, and they are actively participating in school program. However, they're seeking for more interactive learning and stronger social, emotional, and extracurricular support. From our secondary students, they are engaged in extracurricular and CTE program, but many express a need for stronger connections to career pathway and more real-world learning opportunities. College counseling is appreciative, though students are asking for more individualized guidance. From our staff support our focus on critical thinking and collaboration. They recognize high levels of student engagement while also raising concerns about their workload, student access to enrichment opportunity, and the need for additional behavior support. Here are the common priorities. Across all groups, the top shared concerns are school facilities and safety, academic rigor, and access to extracurricular program. These priorities will shape our focus going forward. So what's our next step? Based on the feedback gathered, our focus areas are expanding college and career readiness, increasing access to academic and extracurricular programs, strengthen family engagement, upgrading facilities, and enhancing wellness support. These survey findings will directly inform adjustment to our Year 2 LCAP plan, ensuring our actions align with stakeholders' priorities. These key findings will lead into the following presentation by Dr. Schiffer, our Administrative Director of Accountability, who will share how this information helped guide the updates of our LCAP Year 2 plan.
Oh, you're right there. Thank you very much, Dr. Lynn. So, as you know, being that this is our second year of the LCAP, we continue to divide our LCAP into 3 goals to mirror the California dashboard. This was a change from our previous LCAP cycle. We changed this last year. We had 4 goals previously that aligned with the strategic plan. And so we decided that since that plan would sunset in 25 and not knowing exactly what direction that was going to go in, it was decided that we would use the LCAP as our guiding document for our district. And so we aligned our document closely with the California dashboard. So you can see in Goal 1, which happens to be the longest and most intense portion of our LCAP, those are all of the actions that talk about academic performance. And Goal 1 aligns with those state priorities that you see there, language arts, math, EL progress, and college and career readiness. Bless you. Now, Goal 2 is the goal that aligns with academic engagement, getting those kids to come to school. So that meets those priorities of chronic absenteeism and targeting graduation rate. And finally, the Goal 3 is all about our conditions and climate. We talk about suspension rate and our basics in our district, like our teachers, facilities, materials. Goal 3 also touches on the all-important parent-family engagement, and that's also the section that we address that climate survey where we receive much of the information that we use. Now, what we did do is when it was considered to move from that strategic plan to using the LCAP as our kind of guiding document or master document, if you will, the Ed Services Department did a crosswalk and to see if all of those initiatives within that strategic plan, if those would be present in our LCAP. If not, then perhaps it wasn't the best document. So what we did is we looked at every initiative in the four priority areas of the EDGE strategic plan, and we looked to see if we could find an action that matches that. And we did. We were able to do that, and I'll show a little bit more about that in just a moment. So we feel very confident moving forward that should there not be another official strategic plan done or what have you, we feel very confident that this LCAP could be used as that document that kind of guides our work in our district in all areas of academics, student achievement, that academic engagement, and all of those areas of conditions and climate. We also have in our LCAP here in orange, we have a Goal 4. And this is not new. This is something that continues over, but I would just like to refresh it because I do sometimes get questions about the equity multiplier. Equity multiplier funds are additional funds that we receive from the state of California that are not LCFF funds, but they are other state funds that support schools that meet 2 specific criteria. These schools must meet a high, the bar is quite high for mobility rate and low socioeconomic status of the families. So that is that 25% of the students, or a quarter of the student population, has to meet that mobility rate, and over 70% of the students and the families have to qualify for free and reduced lunch. In our district, we have 2 schools that currently meet that criteria. You have to meet both, and that is our Community Day School program and Richland Continuation High School. We know that Richland has, we know the data already to show that Richland will continue with the funding. What we are currently waiting for will be the mobility rates for Community Day, because their population is unique and it's quite small. We aren't quite sure that Community Day will once again meet that criteria, but we won't know until approximately December, when the state releases the mobility rate. So that we will see. But the population, or the number of students currently at at Community Day is 10 and under. So it is a small population. So it's a possibility that it will not meet the criteria again. Community Day receives currently the smallest allocation that the state provides, and that's $50,000. And Richland has a much higher allocation of just under $300,000 per year. Now, this funding is unique compared to other, say, grants or other funds, in that it does currently have no expiration date. So we will continue to anticipate this funding until further notice. Until, the governor says that this is no longer going to be allocated to schools, we will continue to plan for these funds. So that's encouraging. So we look at the actions, and this ties in with Dr. Lynn's presentation, is once we complete this LCAP, the work begins again for the following year. And throughout the year, we as a team of district leaders across departments, we look at all different aspects of information to help us determine whether the actions are still relevant. We look at, of course, academic data. That ranges from state testing to local assessments to new assessments that we just heard about. We will look at all of that to see where we stand, where our students stand, and see if the actions that we have meet the needs that we have. For example, are we high in math? Low in math? Did we excel with English learner progress? Did we not? So we look at all of that data to see that if our actions support that data. We look at observational or qualitative data, if you will, and that's our principals doing their job of getting in the classroom and reporting back. It's our district teams going out to sites to do observations. We take all of that information back. And of course, we look at the parents and staff to see whether the needs are whether their thoughts and feedback of the actions meet the needs of the kids in their classroom, or the kids for parents, the kids in their home. And finally, of course, we look at data from our students. They are in those seats every day. They have such important perspectives on what it is that they need to succeed. So we strive to get their input, which ties into Dr. Lynn's survey, to see whether our actions are meeting the strengths that they see, the challenges that they express, or different needs that they may have as time goes on. So with all of that being said, with actions, there was a recommendation from the California Department of Ed that districts, if you are not already doing it, and most districts, well, it's hit and miss, that districts begin to include not only those supplemental and concentration funds from LCFF, but you also include all of the base funding that your district receives, other state funding, grants, like, for example, your equity multiplier monies, grants like community schools or ELOP, all of that after school funding. The recommendation by the state is that districts put all of those funds within this LCAP for several reasons, because we want to see all the funds that are available to meet the needs of our students. And we also want to show transparency, because we think that it's important that the public knows how much money comes to a district, but how much it also takes to run a district. And so you will see then this year in the draft version of this 25-26 that we have begun to make that sort of philosophical shift, or a shift in the process of showing all of our funding, and that did impact some of the actions, and I'm going to show that to you next. So I won't read this, and you can look it over, but I will summarize it. So when some of the feedback, some of the real basic feedback that we got from parents, community members was that, boy, your document is very cumbersome. And some of that is through no fault of Orange. The template is as it is, and the requirements are there, and we have to answer the prompts. But we do have many actions. And some of that comes because we are a large district, and we do receive quite a bit of funding. And so we have actions to, actions that require, they need to be shown to the public. I was trying to think of how to say that. So we have many. And when we started this process many cycles ago, if you will recall, the LCAP started as a document that was going to principally support those EL, low income, and foster youth. That was the original intent of this document. But as the years progressed, we now see that yes, it is vitally important to show actions that support these groups of students, 100%, but it's also equally important to show all of the actions that support all of our students. And so hence putting all of the funding in there, all of that base funding for teachers and other staff and transportation and so forth is so important, because we have all students. And yes, we also have these EL, low income, and foster youth students that need that additional supplemental or even concentration funding. So what did we do? Long story short, we said, okay, how can we help the public read this a little bit more, make this document a little more user friendly? Well, we can take a look at our actions and see, are we kind of repetitive? Do we have actions that say a lot of maybe the same types of things that are just slightly different, that we could combine all into one? For example, our English learner actions, we had several of those that talked about supporting ELs that we said, okay, let's put those together into one action, and that'll shorten it a little bit. Same thing for foster youth. Great, important actions, but there were a handful of them that all dealt with supporting our foster youth. Let's put those into one action. And so what that did was that eliminated some, we were able to move some actions up, and we eliminated some towards the bottom. So it shortened it a little. Again, like I said, we are a big district. We do have a lot of actions, but we did take a look to see where can we put things together so that we have fewer. But conversely, talking with our different groups, particularly our multilingual team, we said, we know we want to make the document a little bit more comprehensive, but we need to address those long-term English learners. They are now a subgroup on the dashboard, and we have always, for lack of really not knowing any better, we've always put them all together as ELs. But now we're being asked to pull them out. The dashboard, the data pulls them out. And so we said, okay, what can we do then? Because when they were pulled out in the dashboard, their performance was struggling. Many, oftentimes, almost always, they are orange or red. And we know that, and it's something that needs to be acknowledged and worked on. So we said, okay, let's give them their own action so we can begin to very specifically address why some of our English learners are not reclassifying. That is, why are they're here from kinder or first, or they're here in the primary grades. How is it that they get to middle school and they still are English learners, right? So we said, okay, let's look into research. Let's see what we come up with. And our multilingual team helped me to better understand that it's that they believe at this point that we need more primary language. Primary language support, in that we need to determine whether our English learners have adequate proficiency in their primary language. Because we know, I think it's fairly common knowledge that the more proficiency you have in your first language, right, the easier it is to acquire a second language. If you know the word in your language, you can find that same word in another language and you can put the two together. However, some of our English learners come with no fluency in a primary language. So our teachers then will need different supports for those English learners versus our English learners that come highly proficient or advanced even in the academic language that they have in their primary language or in their home. Those supports will look different from the kiddos that are going to come to us that don't have a solid foundation in any primary language. So that's why we added an action in there. And I know that sounds a little bit, well, you just said you took some away. However, we really did feel that was something important that we need to look at moving forward. We also added actions that talk about our highly qualified educators and staff. And that's an action that addresses, as I said, that base funding, that base that you need to run a district. We can't have a district if we don't have teachers. So we included that base funding in Action 3.12. So we took something out but put that in to show the public what that funding looked like. And then we also did it to show that maintenance, the MOT, the transportation, and all of the HR different components as well. Those are costs that we incurred that are our base funding, if you will. Okay. So I want to tie it back to what Dr. Lynn had said when we looked at the feedback from the survey, and she touched on it just a little tonight, I think for sake of time, but she looked extensively at, well, what did all of her data show those next steps? And so we took it apart and said, okay, let's look at what feedback we got from the different groups, from the parents, the students, the teacher or the staff, and the families. And let's see if where do our actions then fit in to those needs? And so they were color coded, so because once you could see what fits into which goal. And so you can see, for example, if you talk about strengthening parent engagement, most all of our actions for parent engagement fall into goal 3. And I will also show you when we talk about facilities or supporting student well-being, we were able to feel fairly confident that we do have actions that support those needs. So we did hear what parents were saying we needed more of, or teachers or students or staff, and we were able to say that we do have a corresponding action that aligns with that feedback. So that puts us to the end of our formal presentation to you. Okay. Are there any questions that we may address this evening, or?
I think we will have our public hearing first, and
Okay.
then the board can address any questions
Fabulous.
after, if there's any comments. Okay. So at this time, I'm going to close the regular meeting and open the public hearing at, 8:52 p.m. Are there any speakers regarding the proposed 24-27 Year 1 Local Control and Accountability Plan? You don't have to have a blue card. If you want to get up and talk, you're more than welcome to. Anybody?
Anyone? Anyone?
Okay. All right. I will now close the public hearing, reopen the regular board meeting at 8:53-ish. 8:53. Okay. Does the Board of Education have any questions, comments? I'm sure you do.
Oh no, are there so many that you can decide who to go first? Or
All right. All right.
Please.
Trustee Pelley, let's go.
I'll just dive right in. Thank you so much. It's hard to imagine that you guys condensed this 159-page. I like to hold this up because you guys see us looking at this. This is the document, and it's 159 pages, and it is smaller than last time, I believe. But it's a lot of work, and we really do appreciate all your hard work. I'll just make some quick comments. I don't know if there's a question in here or not, so I'll be quick. One thing I just thought about, the college counseling thing came up where students are maybe wanting some more help. I don't know, maybe we do this. I don't know if we partner with any colleges, have admissions counselors come out. I know we have the college fairs, but students don't always go to that. And they're kind of big things where you just pass out information. That's just a thought. The extracurricular access, I think, is great. When I was looking through the plan, I know that some of the money, and I wrote it down, the extra money for
ELOP maybe, is that maybe? No?
no, it's the long one with lots of words
The community schools?
that I wrote down. Sorry, was used
Multiplier maybe?
to kind of expand the extracurriculars to different groups of students, and I just was glad to see it's the oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I did write it down, I swear, in my big, long Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. Oh. I had it. But I was just hoping that we really are looking at making sure that all the extracurriculars and things we do, not just ELAP, but all the things we do, sports, everything, we really are making sure that we're reaching out and trying to include as many of our groups of students and all of our students across the district, because I know that's a big deal. Sorry, that took longer than I meant for it to. I'm thrilled that we're looking at the LTELs because that has been an issue for a very long time. And I was so glad, as you were talking, I was thinking about how so many of our students don't have that primary language for whatever reasons. But that's another issue. And Trustee Page may bring this up because she's the early learning person here. But working with families so that they understand how important it is that it doesn't matter if they don't speak English. They need to be working on that literacy in the primary language with their students. And that, so when they get to kindergarten, they've got some of that. They may not be completely literate in that first language, but they're getting so much of that. And I know we're doing a lot of early learning things, but I think that's amazing because those sometimes forever threes, we'd call them, they'd be stuck at that third level, on LPAC, and we just can't get them moved on. So that's huge. And I think that's going to help with our EL numbers overall. And then just, I think that was, the last thing, sorry. I know you talked about the behavior support aides, the BSAs, in the LCAP. I've been looking at this too. I know it wasn't what you presented. Are those only available for students with IEPs who are identified with disabilities? Because I think in the past they were. But are we, and Dr. said, no. That's a no, okay.
I can comment that they're for general education students and students with IEPs.
Okay, good. I know at first, I think when we had them, we were using them just for students with disabilities, but I was going to address that because that's huge. I think we're all hearing that too in our school visits, that the behaviors in our elementary schools are just really becoming unmanageable for just the regular site team. So I'm glad to see that we have BSAs that are going to be available to all of our students. So thank you. I guess there wasn't a question in there, but thanks for all of you. Thanks.
Yeah, like I even heard, I think last week, that there's a BSA at CARES. So they really are expanding beyond like the traditional day, but into after school as well to support our students. Because our students are there all day, why not continue the support? I have a couple comments and questions. I'm excited to see that bilingual resources were highlighted as a need within our district. But some of the questions that I have are, is that something that we're going to do school site specific, or like, is that a new initiative across the district that we want to do, like any messaging coming out of the district and then it carries on at our school sites? And so, like, what does that look like? Is it beyond written materials that are shared with families, or?
So the question is, what resources will we have to improve that access to second language speakers, basically? Okay. So we currently have it. Most of our Title I sites, we have the largest demographic of our second language learners, and so they have a community aide. They also now have a community lead, which I'm very excited about, and they can provide those resources or that the parent requests in Spanish. And we also we have the language assessment clerks that are able to provide those resources to families in Spanish. And we are super always proud of our Sonia for providing outstanding interpretation and translation in Spanish. So that's kind of where we are currently, always looking to add more to the sites. But I think with the addition of those community leads at the site, that puts a whole nother level of the availability of those bilingual resources to our families.
Okay, but I think I'm wondering that we had our community leads the year before, but we're still receiving the input that they're seeking additional bilingual resources. So is that to build on what is currently in existence?
Christina, can you just clarify what was the feedback? It was bilingual. Was it resources for college? I can't. Maybe I can just go back.
It was in a couple.
Yeah, let me just,
slides.
if you don't mind, let me just flip back very quickly. Tell me about staff, students. Is this it right here? Okay, I think this is where we said college and career support, positive counseling, but more need for bilingual resources. I'm sorry, I'm thinking that that's for college counseling. I'm sorry, let me speak for you.
It is more of the communication, like, because when kids are in college and all those information is being shared with the students, and the way that the feedback we got is, the parents want to get involved. And not just high school, because if I'm going to prepare my kids to go to college, I want to start early. But that part of information, kind of along with our CTE program, that kind of expanded to elementary, middle school, and then those information they would like to get more involved in, especially in the bilingual resources, so the parents can understand more and to work with the kids when they're still young.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just add something. And I'm thinking, though, as we're talking about it right now, we're always, this is a prime example of how this feedback helps us to move our programs forward. So, for example, now, bless you, so now that I hear this, that the parents are looking for, perhaps it's information on college or career in another language, that takes me back to the parent engagement piece for our teacher on special assignment for parent-family engagement, that this might be an area where we say, okay, let's do another, let's bring our counselors in for another workshop, either here at the district, and make sure that we have either simultaneous translation, interpretation, or two different presentations, or even maybe we have the community leads work with their counselor on presenting something at the school site, or both. So this is good information for us to know that, okay, parents are asking for it. Write that one down, that this is definitely something that we can work with Katie Treat, our counseling team on, and help her with that second language piece, that bilingual piece.
Oh, okay. And then, so with our CTE programs, one of the goals is to do more outreach. So is that to share the CTE programs that are available at each school site? Because we have heard from students saying, like, oh, I had no idea I had that pathway available, whether at my site or at another high school. And so students have shared feedback in the sense of like, well, now they're juniors, and had they known that there was another CTE pathway that really aligns with the area that they want to go to after high school. So is that what is meant by outreach, or is it by accessibility? Because that's another barrier that we see within our high schoolers, that if we had some CTE programs that are really popular, but only at site-specific locations, so for example, like animal science or aviation, like so many different pathways are specific to those high schools, if they were offered for 0 and first period, so if the student was able to, they could do that CTE pathway at that high school and then go back to their home high school, I guess.
I don't want to speak for Lisa, but my understanding is everything that you just mentioned. Because now we see the CTE program, I mean, the career discussion in elementary school, every school that, and they started doing it that way. And also, we also take our elementary and middle school kids to the high school for the celebration, and then they got to visit all the CTE, and then we also bring the principal to the site. And then these are everything that we want to take as consideration. And then to kind of, another thing that we could do it, I mean, it's really like we wanted to reach out more actively to the parents. I mean, so we can create the opportunity for them to get more involved. So I think that is the area. And one thing we did notice that they want parent education too. They want to actually come and learn. And these are the things that not only we can, the site has been doing that, but as a district, we can continue to expand it to all parents. Yeah.
So we have, in the presentation, you shared extracurricular activities and accessibility being a barrier. So like, what are those barriers? And I know we've talked about it at LegCo and other groups where registration is a barrier, either because they don't have the language access or because they have to go through like a whole new registration, just like registering for school. They have to register for extracurricular activities, and they have to fill out an entire survey for each student that will attend a 1-hour class after school at the same site. So are those the barriers that were addressed as feedback? Or are there additional ones?
Yes, I think you're right on to all those challenges that we're facing. Some of the challenge would be there's just no room for their schedule. I mean, to try to fit in, and that's why I believe our curriculum department is looking into more of the dual enrollment, so you can also do the thing the kids can, pursue their passion and also be able to fulfill their graduation requirement. And then those are all the things that we heard over and over. I mean, we found our department, and now the survey just kind of match what we already seen is happening. So yes, and then what we'd like to do is these are the things we address, and then the next year this time we're going to kind of share with you more information and say this is what we did and this is the progress that we made, so we can know as a public that know, okay, now you gave us this thing that to work on. This is what we have been doing, and this is the progress, so we can continue to address that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's so funny because some of the questions that I had align with theirs, and you even answered part of it. But first of all, I want to commend you for the work that you did. It's a lot, I know. You had mentioned some English learners are not reclassifying and they need primary language support. And I really appreciate the fact that you are digging deeper and really disaggregating the data so that you can find out the root of the problem. And I would continue to encourage you to continue to do that kind of digging so that we can find out why each child, and how they need supports, because I think that's really important. We can't make assumptions that they're all on similar paths. Secondly, again, one of the things that I hear from parents all the time is that they do need more college counseling supports, and you touched upon it, but not just with the kids, but with the parents too, because I think the parents need to be able to support the kid. I know as a parent, if you're sitting with the child there and me, and I can say, your counselor said this, and that way it's not, because kids look at parents sometimes and goes, you don't know, or anyway, so I think it's important for everyone to be on the same page, and I think having the school help with that is really important. I know when my kids were young, I think we get a lot of supports at K to 6, like we have the one-on-one, they have the teacher conferences. It's easy to just go in, but by the time they get to middle and high school, it's less and less. And so we barely even know who their teachers are, and everything that the kids do, it's from their eyes, right? So I think it's more important to get parents involved, even if they're not asking. Obviously, if parents want to come in, they could always come in, but a lot of times they don't know that they could. So I think that one-on-one feedback is really important. And that's it for me. So I just want to say thank you again for all your hard work.
Ms. Yamasaki, may I just add to that, as you just shared, so you hear a lot of feedback from parents that they need more information. And that's great, because now we can take that back and say, we do have other avenues to support that. For example, at our community schools, we have this lead and we have a counselor. So now I'm saying, when we go back to the leads as a group, we'll say, we heard from our board member that parents are asking for this. So we would like to see, and we will help them to craft this, a workshop perhaps with the counselor and the lead in bilingually, to share some resources starting at the elementary school, and they're also at the middle school and one high school as well. So we can carry that on.
Workshops are great, but it's sometimes not individualized enough.
Right.
So sometimes they need that just one-on-one to say, okay, this is what your child is strong in, so I kind of recommend this path. This is a good option. Or, for me, one of the toughest things for me to see is a student who really excelled in something but didn't take advantage of our programs. Or we had an Orange High School student, not this year but in the past, who had a 4.7 but thought that they could only go to community college because they couldn't afford it. And so they didn't realize that there are a lot of options out there. And I think it's important for us to tell these students as well as their parents, because I'm sure some of the parents are like, I can't afford it, so you shouldn't go to UC whatever, even though the kid got a 4.7 GPA. And so I've seen that happen time and time again. And so I think that's when college counseling would help. So, thanks.
Yes, I'd like to echo others' thanks about what a detailed report you've put together. Also, many of my questions have been addressed by my colleagues here, but first, I really am so excited about the phenomenal increase in survey participation. Like, those numbers are amazing, and I am so excited that we had so many people participate. The increase is very significant, so thank you on that front. I have had a lot of thoughts about our website, and I wonder if we've had some conversation about students and parents not knowing about the different CTE programs at the different high schools, and I think people can find it if they know where to look, but in the next few years we might be looking at restructuring some things, and our website and availability of those kinds of programs, just high school by high school, what do they have, might be helpful. And I also have a lot of thoughts on college counseling. One thing that I think could really help students is thinking through the different types of college in terms of, for example, a community college versus a Cal State versus a UC. In terms of what their experience would be like. So what kind of class size would you have? And would you have a teaching assistant? And how many classes would you take at a time? And are they on a quarter system or a semester system? Like, there's those sorts of differences can really speak to people's individualized feedback. And related to that, looking at the student and the kinds of time management skills that they have, how many classes could they expect to take at a time? Would they have to dive right in, or could they take a couple classes here or there? Those sorts of things I think could really help our students. And Trustee Yamasaki here also touched on the cost of college. So having people and students and their parents really understand what the cost, because at all of those different levels of school, the costs are very different. And to be thinking about the financial aid early, deadlines to apply, information that you have to gather, from your parents, I think would also all be really helpful. And related to that, you had noted opportunities for internships. And there are so many internships, and they can be wonderful, but also many internships are unpaid. And I don't know that when people apply for them, they're always clear on that. So I'd really like to encourage our team to look for those paid internships, especially for students who simply don't have that time to give because they are already working in another job. And if they take 10 hours a week to do something else, then, it can be challenging. I additionally would like to focus on the ask for increased STEM options. And it's been my experience that, we've had these STEM nights here and there, and those are great, and they're concentrated, and they allow students and parents to connect and get some awareness around science and math and all of those sorts of programs. But I wonder if we can make some connection with our ELAP programs. Because those are available, and I was reading about our evaluation of those programs and that we have processes in place for that, but I wonder if we might try some new programs. Are there other, it seems like we've been doing the same ones for a while, and are there other programs, out there that we might bring in that speak to this particular area? And relatedly, I wonder if we could have a clearer plan of at each school site, here's what we are going to offer in the fall. Here's what we're going to offer in the spring, like something a little bit more centralized instead of, kind of a site-by-site sort of offering. And then we can maybe, track the sort of STEM offerings that we have in that sort of enrichment regard. So those are my thoughts.
Well, I just like to say I'm so glad this is all taped, because I heard so many wonderful ideas. I was like, where's my pen? I want to take notes. And then really, I want to come back next year and this time and say, we did that, and you said this, you did this. This is how we like to present this, because these are wonderful ideas. We might not be able to get it done in a year, but we promise, as a team, we have to work towards that, because that's what our kids need. So thank you so very much.
And I appreciate you
that.
taking our feedback seriously.
And I'll be brief because Trustee Dr. Vang already asked the same question or made the same comment regarding the number of surveys that were collected. Last year, that was a critique, and this year that was addressed, and it was exponentially addressed. And I think that speaks to quite a bit of what you're able to do to get rich data and collect that. So many things that you've mentioned and so many things that the trustees have mentioned are actually happening at schools, and maybe they're not as promoted. And so maybe that's the only fix that needs to be out there a little bit better, working with your ELAC, working with DLAC, working with PTAs may support getting that information out. But thank you for a very thorough report. I know it's a draft, so I appreciate that, and I look forward to next year, as you mentioned. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Don't you love having an engaged board?
Yes. Thank you very much.
So
we really appreciate it.
One of the things that we were talking about with Dr. Whitmer, myself, and the staff earlier today was, as you can see, this has been about 45 minutes. This is a really involved, in-depth process. It was 100 and however many pages. And you all read it, and you paid attention to it, and you're interested in it. One of the things we're thinking about is early next year is having a work study session where this, like they reference, well, Lisa knows this and somebody else knows this. And if we can get the Ed Services staff together to talk through some of this stuff, it will be, I think, helpful for everybody, for you all to have a better sense and for staff to get a better idea of what you're hearing and what is important to the community. And so I think it's not something we've done in the past here, but I think it's something that would be beneficial for everybody. So, we'll get through this, we'll have the hearing. Next time we get together, you'll adopt it, hopefully. And then, but looking forward to the fall or late summer, whenever it works, having another one of those famous study sessions. But I think it'd be time well spent. And I think at least initially for the first time. And so, we've talked about it. I think we're committed to trying to make that happen if you all are interested in that. Yeah. So. Thank you.
We appreciate that. I mean, this is the bread and butter of what we do, educating kids. And so this is something that we really do want to be engaged in more than we have in the past. So we appreciate that. And it would be nice if it were spread out over time as opposed to just being shot at you in drinking from the fire hose, as they say. Okay, thank you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for taking the time to read the document. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, item 7D, we have another public hearing. Salima Holguin will present.
Just gonna slide this over here. Okay, well, good evening, President Erickson, trustee members, superintendent, and members of the community. Before I actually get started with the global presentation regarding our proposed budget, I just want to thank Education Services. As they mentioned, we really did work collaboratively to take this approach in terms of the information that you're going to see in front of you today in terms of the numbers and that global perspective. All of the 159-page document with all of those actions, our proposed budget is based on all of those actions, the goals and actions embedded in there. And it was really a collaborative process to get there, as they stated, putting all of our budget information in there. So again, want to thank Education Services as well as our school sites and our departments. And I'll talk more about this as we talk about the development. But tonight's presentation will cover several key areas of our budget development, as you see here on the slide. And with that, let me first start with our budget and financial reporting cycle. Okay. So as you just heard it before me, and that is actually a legal requirement, which when I get into the legal requirement, we'll talk about more, that the LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan, be presented before the proposed budget. And again, because of the fact that our expenditures, our revenue, and should be aligned with our actions and goals. Okay. So as you can see, we follow a structured annual cycle for budget development and financial reporting. Tonight, as you heard, the presentation earlier is our public hearing on the LCAP, as well as the proposed budget. And as Board President Erickson mentioned, the LCAP and the budget adoption will take place in June. Okay. This timeline demonstrates how our financial planning spans an entire year with regular reporting and adjustment periods to ensure fiscal accountability. Okay. So our budget development. Just here wanted to kind of simplify a little bit and make a connection, a meaningful connection between district budgeting and personnel household finances. And so this comparison helps to illustrate our approach to fiscal responsibility and stewardship of public funds. Looking at this side-by-side comparison, for the district, our revenues come from state, federal, and local sources, funds entrusted to us by our taxpayers and various government entities. Our expenditures are carefully allocated to salaries, benefits, books, supplies, and services, and again, as previously shared, all essential to providing quality education through the LCAP, through our actions and goals. Our balance calculations determine whether we have a surplus or are experiencing excess spending. Our fund balance serves specific purposes, including reserves for economic uncertainties and restricted funds for designated programs. And then in comparison to a personal budget, and again, because it's such a global picture, just bringing it down to a simplified version there, your income comes from paychecks, investments, and other sources. Your expenses cover essentials like housing, food, and utilities. So again, that connection in regards to the needs of our students. Your balance tells you whether you're living within your means. And again, that's that balance approach there. And your savings accounts might be designated for emergencies, retirement, or future goals. And for us, again, some of those one-time expenditures that we may have. So just trying to make a simplified connection there. So moving on to our actual budget development, which began in January following the release of the governor's budget proposal in his initial phase. We began first with the preliminary site allocations based on enrollment data. We collaborated with Human Resources as well as Education Services to review some of the allocations. We projected some compensation costs and developed budget preparation materials for our sites and our departments. Moving into March, we conduct in-person site and department budget meetings. So this year, we actually met with all of our school sites, principals and their office managers. We also met with all of our departments to align with the LCAP priorities and address specific needs at each site. In April and May, we update our local control funding formula revenue, which is our largest funding source, which you will see in a future slide, with projections based on attendance data. We also align our proposed budget with second interim financial projections. And so again, that's part of that ongoing cycle and that ongoing monitor. It's important to note that our proposed budget was developed using state-adopted criteria and standards. So the big book that you received, that's our SACS document. So you've had lots of reading to do. It includes expenditures necessary to implement, again, those LCAP goals and actions. So here, in terms of our reporting accountability, the budget reporting process serves several important functions. It outlines our financial plan, and again, in alignment with our actions and goals, ensures resources align with our district priorities. It provides an updated view of our financial health. It allows assessment of our ability to meet our financial obligations, and identifies areas of concern and continues our analysis of state information and its impact. And then moving on to our legal requirements. There are several legal requirements we must meet. So again, emphasizing that the LCAP and the proposed budget have to be presented at the same board meeting. A separate meeting is required to adopt both of the documents. So tonight you are not adopting the actual proposed budget, but instead hearing the information. The budget must be balanced and adopted by July 1st, and we must certify our compliance that we will meet our fiscal obligations for the current and 2 consecutive years. Okay, so now let's turn to the specific details of our 25-26 proposed budget. Before we dive into the revenue, expenditure projections, and multi-year information, I wanted to emphasize an important point about the data that you'll see today. The proposed budget incorporates both second interim figures and estimated actuals to provide a comprehensive picture of how we project to end the current fiscal year. And in doing that, here we're providing to you the assumptions that are being used in those numbers in the future slides. Understanding our current year's ending position will help to establish our starting point for next year. So again, these are the assumptions that are used for all of those numbers that you will see tonight. Okay, so moving on to our unrestricted revenue, and the way that we're presenting to you our budget tonight is first our unrestricted revenue, and then we'll go into our restricted revenue. The last column shows our unrestricted revenue projections for 25-26. Our unrestricted revenue projections total approximately $288.8 million for 25-26. The majority comes from our local control funding revenue at about $299 million. So earlier, Dr. Schaefer and Dr. Lin were talking in regards to the base funding, supplemental and concentration and equity. All of that is embedded within our local control funding formula. So that money that you see there, those amounts that you see there. I'd like to highlight some notable changes. Our LCF revenue reflects a COLA adjustment from our second interim and our estimated actuals there, resulting in a decrease of approximately $330,000 for the 25-26. And here, just again, in terms of our proposed and showing, we also want to show you our estimated is what we are projected to end the year at from second interim. So the last reporting that you received was at second interim. We've made some of those adjustments and using that to help guide our proposed budget. We also want to note that the contributions have been reduced by approximately $2.9 million, largely due to largely due to our routine restricted maintenance. We do have a requirement of a 3% to set aside for our routine restricted, and when you see our expenditures, because of our expenditures going down, you'll see that reduction towards the contribution is because of that amount. Going on to our restricted revenue projections, they total about $120.4 million, with significant portions coming from state revenue, and about $62.8 million in federal revenue, and about the state revenue, yes, $62 million, and then looking at our federal revenue at about $14.3 million. As we can see, there's a projected decrease overall from our current year estimates. So you see that change there decreasing. And mostly that is due to one-time ESSER funding of approximately $7 million is not budgeted in the 25-26 year. As you may recall, we have shared that that one-time funding is going away. And so that is where that big decrease in terms of our restricted revenue. And we wanted to separate our unrestricted and our restricted revenue just to show and be able to identify that with restricted revenue, it does specifically have to be used for allowable expenses, while your unrestricted has more flexibility, of course, again, tying that to actions and goals within the LCAP. And here, looking at your combined revenue, when we combine both our restricted and our unrestricted revenues, our total projected revenue for 25-26 is approximately $409.3 million, as you see here on this slide. You also see down at the bottom that the contribution that you saw in the unrestricted and then as a contribution in the restricted is a wash, so you see that line there. And this, again, those are obligations that our unrestricted funds must take care of because our restricted revenue cannot fully support. So some of those funds go towards special ed, as well as some of those needs that, again, we don't get enough funding for, and it's always important, and that's why we wanted to separate the two to be able to show that. Again, it has decreased a little bit, and that was due to our routine restricted. However, it is an ongoing situation in regards to we don't get enough funding for all of our programs, and we still have to serve those needs. Okay. Now going on to our unrestricted expenditures. So now we're, that side there, are projected at approximately $276.7 million, with the largest portions allocated to salaries, because obviously we need staffing to be able to teach our students. Some of the expenditure changes from our estimated to proposed include, in our staffing, we have made some adjustments based on step and column. However, we've also accounted for certificated attrition based on our declining enrollment. For materials and supplies, our textbook adoption is included per our revised plan at $3.6 million, and some purchases that were previously absorbed by our one-time restricted funds have moved into our unrestricted. So for example, some of our technology that was previously being paid out of our ESSER funds, we've moved some of those expenditures into this area. One-time settlements that are not budgeted in 25-26 for our operating expenses and services. And so again, because they were just one time, you see the change there in terms of the operating expenditures and services. And then for capital outlay, one-time equipment purchases such as buses, playground equipment, and peri-weather stations are not in our budget. So some of the things that we were able to accomplish this year as one-time expenditures, we did not include in the 25. So again, those are the numbers and the shifts that you see there. Moving on to our restricted expenditures here, they're projected to be at $134.4 million, with, again, most of those allocations going to salaries. You also see that the proposed expenditures are, again, also decreasing, and as stated earlier, that's because we no longer have those one-time ESSER funds. Okay. It's also important here to note that there are no carryover funds currently in the proposed budget. And the reason for that is we are still closing this fiscal year, so you will see those carryover amounts in your estimated actuals in September. So that's an important information to note because those restricted funds have to continue to be used for those restricted purposes. However, it isn't new revenue, it's new expenditures in the sense that that revenue received in the previous year was not used in the previous, but has to continue to follow those allowable expenses. Okay. And so here we looked at our combined expenditures for our proposed 25-26 budget is $411 million, slightly exceeding our projected revenues. And our proposed expenditures for 25-26 broken down, they're broken down here looking at our combined salaries and benefits. It's roughly about $320 million, representing 78% of our budget. And again, because we need our people to be able to meet the needs of our students. Our books and materials and supplies are $22.9 million, which is roughly about 5.6% of our budget. Our services and operating expenses, roughly $48.7 million. That's about 11.8%. Our capital outlay, $5.6 million, and then our transfers, about $13.8 million. So overall, our combined expenditures, again, is projected for the 25-26 year to be $411 million. Now moving on and looking at our multi-year projections, for the 25-26, we project a small excess spending of $1.7 million. So we see that there. In 26-27, we do project a surplus of $567,000, and then in 27-28, we project a healthier surplus of $8.4 million. These numbers have fluctuated a little from second interim information, and again, that is based on some of the changes. For example, COLA at second interim was higher at 2.43%, and now it's at 30%. Okay. This demonstrates our commitment to responsible financial planning while addressing immediate needs with a path forward towards increasing fiscal stability in the future years. So you can see those projections, and we'll talk about it more with the ending fund balance. Okay. So our projected ending fund balance for 25-26 is roughly $198.4 million. And that's composed of restricted funds. So again, when I was saying that the carryover is not yet part of our proposed budget, we also already have some of that carryover, and it has to stay there to make sure that we're using it for those purposes. Economic uncertainties reserves of $12.6 million, assigned funds of $25.7 million, our committed funds, which you will see in a future slide how they are broken down, of $127.2 million, so roughly 64.1% of our ending fund balance is in committed funds. Our unassigned funds is $2.4 million, and then our revolving cash for some of those emergency operations really being less than 1% in terms of looking at that information there. Okay. On our committed funds, what we are going to be presenting to you, and it is actually also part of the resolution today that we will be asking for you to adopt, we have there, while there is no requirement this year to commit funds, it is a good practice, and also additionally because some of these funds have already been committed to previous needs of our students and previous needs of our district. So the reason for committing these funds is uncertainty in funding levels and continuing to support implementation of previous obligations, maintaining a 10% reserve for payroll. So again, making sure that we have those funds should something happen, and we would need to make sure to address our payroll needs, addressing anticipated enrollment decline, supporting textbook adoptions, enhancing emergency communication systems, and addressing aging facilities. And so here you see the breakdown of those amounts on this slide, starting with fiscal emergencies at $21.4 million roughly, our deferred maintenance as $20 million. So as discussed earlier in the LCAP, one of the things that we have done is look at implementing a goal, an action that is connected to a goal in terms of also the maintenance of our facilities. Loss of attendance funding at 16.4, and then one of the new ones that we are proposing as a recommendation, as stated earlier, is in regards to our emergency systems at our school, and those are our intercom systems. So again, these are our recommendations based on where we have been and some of the things that are currently taking place. For example, with technology, that has been a commitment that the district has also already done previously, and so continuing some of these commitments. This year, as I said, it is not a requirement. However, it continues to be a good practice. So overall, the district is on track to meet its financial obligations, despite some of the excess spending in the current and proposed budget years, as you have seen. We project a balanced budget moving forward. We continue to maintain a healthy reserve while monitoring opportunities to stabilize the budget, which again is that support of some of our commitments. And so tonight is not a night that we actually will adopt, but more informational in terms of what that proposed budget will be is for the 25-26, but also understanding that these numbers may change as we close the books and we get into our estimated actuals. I also wanted to take this time in terms of highlighting some of the governor's May revise highlights. We talked about some of these at second interim from the January, but since then we have had some of those revisions, and as I pointed out earlier with COLA being one of them. But here, the general fund revenues projections are lower than January's release. LCF revenue deferrals, so there is talk about deferrals from June to July 2026. The COLA, as previously discussed, various adjustments to TK funding. We've heard about the ELOP, the eligibility there, where it's going up. And so that is a positive thing in terms for us for the threshold. So hopefully that will become to fruition. And then in universal meals, they are talking about some sub-bucks programs. And again, these are all proposed as part of the May revise, but not yet final. So just wanted to give the information, which again, it's a little, kind of you put the cart before the horse because the governor's budget is actually not finalized yet. So these numbers do change. However, though, we have an obligation to present a budget before July 1st. So it's really until it comes to our estimated actuals that we really have some numbers that we can solidify and then continue to move forward. So just want to emphasize that. So some of our next steps, we'll continue to monitor what is happening with the legislature in terms of the adoption of the state budget, and then hopefully the governor will sign that budget on June 30th. Here at our local level, we will adopt the proposed budget at our June meeting, and then we will provide revisions at our estimated actuals based on those changes, and then we are closing out the year while we're trying to open the new fiscal year. So a lot happening in terms of the budget and trying to move forward for the 25-26. I do want to take a moment to really thank our fiscal services team, but again, just the district as a whole, because it really has been a collaborative approach with the budget and really trying to bring everything together with the LCAP. And since 2013, departments can't work in silos anymore. It's really about collaboration and really bringing everybody together. But our fiscal department has been working since January really to get all of this going and prepared for us and moving forward. As additionally, as I mentioned, as they're closing the books and getting, so really want to thank our fiscal team for that. And that concludes. So open it up at that time.
Okay, as we did before, we're going to have our public hearing first.
Yes.
So I am going to close the regular meeting and open the public hearing at 9:41 p.m. Are there any speakers regarding the adoption of the 24-25 estimated actuals and 25-26 proposed budget? And again, nobody needs a blue card. You're welcome to speak. Hearing nothing. I will go ahead and close the public hearing and reopen the regular meeting at 9:42 p.m. All right. Time for board comment questions. We good?
I have one.
Okay, Trustee Page.
Sorry. Thank you again, and your entire department for putting this together for the public to see, similar to the LCAP that's over 100 pages, so is this one. So there's definitely a lot in there that we'll need to continue studying before it's agendized again for next month. One of the things that I was noticing on slide 26 on how there's ongoing funds, but there's a reduced TK ratio, where this year it's 12 students to 1 adult, and then next year it will be 10 students to 1 adult. There's also the possibility, but I don't know what the funding piece would look like, to continue keeping the same number of TK students. We add another instructional aide in the classroom, which would then make our small groups with TK students even smaller to do rotation groups and different things like that. So if we're
considering funding when looking at TK, and it's a very popular, there's wait lists for TK programs across the district, and I know some sites even opened a second TK classroom, that it's a potential possibility for the future if we wanted to consider that.
Yes, it's definitely something that we've been talking with Ed Services about, because there is that flexibility in terms of you can still go 24, but then you'd have to add that additional adult there. So you have to be very careful with that because they do monitor that very closely. So those are some conversations in terms of looking at some of those classroom sizes.
Right. I work with 25 districts in Orange County, and I've heard of other districts that had fallen over that ratio and then did have to pay back money to the state. So we do need to be very careful with that. But
yes,
thank you.
That is something they're keeping their eye on very closely.
Okay. Are we good? All right. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to item 7E, Salima Holguin again, commitment categories for more than 10% reserve and adoption of resolution 22-24-25. Obviously, you already went through this in the presentation, but if you want to continue to explain
yes,
that.
so this one is just so that you can formally take action so that when we come to you with action to adopt the budget, it has already been approved that you're in agreement with those commitments, and we can move forward with the adoption of the budget as a whole as it stands in terms of the commitments.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve resolution 22-24-25 designating certain general funds as committed fund balances?
I'll move it.
Trustee Thomas, do I have a second? Trustee Glass, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, on to item 7F, public hearing for approval of the residential and commercial industrial development school fee justification study. Ms. Holguin.
Yes.
Yet again.
Which is why I stayed here. Thank you again, Board President Erickson. So tonight I'm presenting on behalf the developer fee justification study for Orange Unified that was prepared by Wilpert. This study provides the legal basis for implementing developer fees to ensure new residential and commercial development contributes to its fair share to accommodate student growth and minimize impacts on our existing facilities and resources. So the presentation provided by Wilpert will provide you information regarding developer fees overview, residential fees, and commercial and industrial fees. Okay. So looking at the overview slide, we can see that the State Allocation Board adjusts Level 1 fees every other year. In January of 2024, they updated the statutory fee amounts for unified school districts as shown here on this table. As noted at the bottom of the slide, fees can only be changed when specific conditions exist that justify them, which is why this study by Wilpert is necessary to address our district's current factors and conditions to see if we can actually justify increasing to the new rates. Let's first start with information used to determine our residential developer fee justification. So currently, this slide presents our current capacity and enrollment data across all school levels. As you can see from the table, we have varying utilization rates across our schools. The most notable point is our high schools, which are operating at 98.1% capacity, with only 160 surplus seats remaining. It is important to note that our enrollment overall is decreasing, which is why you see a surplus capacity overall and predominantly at the elementary level. This information strictly focuses on capacity for development purposes. So in our high schools, there are times where teachers share classrooms, so it's a little different. But again, I don't want to paint the picture that we aren't experiencing declining enrollment. We are, but this is really focused about the capacity, and we'll talk a little bit more. The Wilpert study projects residential development through 2040, as shown on this slide here. And the key takeaway here is that these new developments are expected to generate over 2,600 new students across all grade levels, with the largest impacts at elementary and high school levels, But again, it's important that even with these projected new students, both our elementary and middle schools will not be at capacity, even with this, what we have is the projections. Here, on this slide, demonstrates when we compare projected enrollment with our surplus capacity, we face a significant shortfall at the high school level, with 688 unhoused high school students projected and an estimated classroom capacity of 27 students. Warburt's analysis shows we'll need approximately 25.5 additional classrooms to accommodate future growth of our high school students. Additionally, it also provides information regarding both construction costs for additional classrooms needed, as well as modernization costs per projected students by grade level. And here, you see this slide breaks down the estimated cost for addressing our facility needs based on the projected growth. As you can see, the total facility cost amounts to more than $121 million, and again, that's based on the projected growth, with significant investments needed for high school classrooms construction and elementary school modernization. The reason why we're able to address modernization with these funds is due to the age of our facilities. Okay, because usually it is new construction, but because our facilities are old, we're also able to use these funds for modernization. This slide represents a summary of Wilpert's study and calculates and justifies fees for residential construction based on factors illustrated in this slide. So again, the information that we have previously gone through. And their analysis determined that impacts per square foot differ significantly for housing types. So for example, for single family detached, that impact would be $4.67 per square foot. And for multifamily attached, the impact would be $10.12 per square foot. But again, based on the justified fees here, as shown on this table, the study found that multifamily attached units, the actual impact, as you saw previously, $10.12 per square foot, substantially exceeds the maximum allowable fee of $5.17. However, for single-family detached homes, the impact is slightly below the maximum. So based on these findings, Wilbert recommends charging $4, or we can only charge $4.67 per square foot for single-family homes and a maximum of $5.17 per square foot. So when these fees come in, we have to monitor and see, depending on the development, and they would have the different charge for those fees there. Moving on to commercial and industrial fees. So this slide explains how commercial and industrial development impacts schools through job creation that leads to new household formation and increased student enrollment. Wilbert analyzed this impact across different commercial categories as shown in the table on the following slide. And this table provides the calculation information based on the development impacts from the previous slide. And then finally, we have a summary in terms of the justification. So as shown on the previous slide, here you can see that commercial and industrial fees pretty much exceed the allowable, with the exception of hotel-motel development, roughly at 54 cents per square foot, and for self-storage, roughly at 31 cents. So therefore, the school district is fully justified in levying the maximum commercial industrial school fees as presented on this slide. And so what is that impact of new development on Orange USD? Several key points that Wilbert analyzes. Without these fees, the cost of new facilities needed for growth would come from other funds, potentially impacting existing programs and services. These developer fees ensure that growth pays for growth, a core principle in facilities planning overall. And even with these maximum fees, we'll still need additional funding sources for our comprehensive facility needs. As shown earlier, our high schools are nearly at 98.1% capacity, making new facilities a critical priority. And additionally, if you recall seeing from the previous slides, it also addresses administration facilities. So the conclusion is that we are legally justified in terms of increasing to ensure new development pays for the fair share. Fees will partially offset the $1.1 billion in needed facility improvements, and they got that information from our facilities master plans, and other information that they look at in terms of the growth. And then additional funding sources will be required, and so their recommendation and what we are asking for tonight is approval of the justified amounts to be able to implement these new fee costs.
Well, tonight is just the public hearing, so I will adjourn or close the regular meeting, open the public hearing at 9:52 p.m. Are there any speakers regarding the developer fee justification study? Again, you don't have to have a blue card. Welcome to speak. Okay, hearing none, I will close the public hearing and resume our regular meeting. Oh, wait, I guess we do have a motion.
Yes,
I'm
we do have a
sorry.
motion.
I apologize, yes. So do we have a motion to accept the developer fee justification study and approve resolution 222425, updating the statutory school fees imposed on new residential and commercial industrial development projects pursuant to Ed Code 17620?
Motion to accept.
Okay, Trustee Thomas, do I have a second? Trustee Yamasaki, do we have any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing nothing, motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we are on to the governance team handbook. Now, this matter was on the agenda 2 weeks ago, and we did have a discussion about it. I'm assuming trustees had an opportunity to make any changes, comments, as you saw fit. I don't believe we had any. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So, given one last opportunity, did anybody want to make any changes to the governance handbook? Again, we sort of discussed it last meeting, and this is just a formal adoption. Okay, so do I have a motion to adopt the governance team handbook?
I so move.
Trustee Glass, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Whoa. Trustee Page. All right, you did that quickly. Okay, any discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing nothing, passes 7-0. Yay. Okay. We do not have any information and discussion items. We have consent items. Are there any trustees that would like to pull an item from consent? Hearing nothing, all the consent items are passed in one motion. Do I have a motion to pass the consent items?
Motion.
Okay, Trustee Thomas, do I have a second? Trustee Vane, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing nothing, motion passes 7-0. All right, now we are on to public comment. I appreciate that you have stuck around this meeting because it's the last meeting before the end of the year. And with LCAP, I mean, these are like this is the big stuff. So we appreciate that you have stuck around. We know it was long and detailed. So are there any public comments?
Yes, we have 11 non-agenda, which means 2 minutes each. But I'll read the description quickly before starting to call our speakers. Persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card prior to the meeting. In general, individual speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time of public input on each item to 30 minutes. A speaker shall not yield to another speaker any portion of the time allotted to him or her to speak. The total time for agenda items and non-agenda items at regular meetings shall be 30 minutes, and the time allowed will be as follows. And this falls under B, which is 11 to 15 speakers, and you're each allowed 2 minutes. First speaker, Junko Ellen.
Excuse me. I'm one of the blue cards. I'd like to ask if my card can be withdrawn so there are 10 speakers tonight, granting 3 minutes to each speaker.
What's your name?
Ryan Miller with an R.
Okay, we have 10 speakers, 3 minutes each.
Thank you.
Junko, you're first.
Hello, my name is Junko Allen, and I go to Panorama Elementary School, and I'm here today to talk about the issue at the Villa Park High School pool. To my knowledge, this problem has been going on for at least a decade now. I know I love to swim, and my teammates do too. This board keeps putting a Band-Aid over the problem of the pool, and it keeps falling off. A little over a month ago, our team almost had to disband because we had no pool time. The school district said that the pool would be fixed by May, but it wasn't. We were supposed to get a 50-meter pool also. Villa Park's pool is home to many older kids that would like to get a scholarship, but without a pool, that would be impossible. So I hope you listen to my plea and all the other people here to support this cause and build a new pool. This ongoing problem needs to desperately be fixed. Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Beal. Is this good? I'm a 16-year resident of the Levita. Higher? How's that? Better? Okay. I'm a 16-year resident of the Levita neighborhood. I live on Larkstone, directly behind Levita Elementary. And I was excited to hear this referenced in the board president's opening remarks. You mentioned transparency on our part as the neighborhood. There are several of us here today who are going to speak. We're not seeing a lot of transparency. There was no effort for outreach to the neighborhood, no flyers on the porches. We're very lucky that someone looked at the website and saw it on there and was able to notify the rest of us so that we could be involved in this process. It was also mentioned that, you know, the 7-Eleven committee has only met twice, so we should just calm down. What was not mentioned is that really 3 meetings were scheduled with a potential 4th. So we're 2/3 of the way through the originally calendared process with the final meeting and the recommendation potentially to be completed next week, and the committee disbanded, as we heard at the meeting last night. Why is there such a rush to do this? That was something mentioned. Why are we worried about a rush? The committee itself mentioned that yesterday. Why is there such a rush, especially since there is a committee discussing consolidation at the same time? This is a disservice to the community, but also to the committee, who's diligently trying to do what they were, you know, the task set for them, and they don't even have all the information they need. It was mentioned last night that a evaluation report on the property has been generated, but the committee doesn't even have those numbers. How are they supposed to make a decision? So it's a disservice to the community and the committee, but most of all to the kids. The student population at Levita is nearly 74% Hispanic, and more than 66% of these kids receive free or discounted lunch. And the district is considering selling off a huge portion of the field where these minority underprivileged kids play and exercise. So, of course, we are here to show you that we are against this for many reasons, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Jorge?
Good evening, everyone. I am also here again in support of what needs to happen at the Villa Park pool. At the last meeting, I heard one of the local activists talk about her going on this journey with you guys for 2 years and no actions. So I'm not very smart, but got online, started doing some research, pulled up all the funds from my accounting days, remember how to do a little bit of that. Found district has 31 million in county facility funds for renovation projects. Also found other restricted facility funds. I'm curious to know what's gonna happen. In my process, I came across that 1,400 square foot building that was approved by you guys. to be built at the high school for a baseball meeting room. I mean, that can't be used by the community. It cannot be rented out. To me, it seems more like a liability. That ended up costing $1,100 a square foot to build. That is what homes in Newport Beach with $40,000 stoves cost to build. Yet you guys approved this 1,440 square foot building where $500,000 was donation and you guys paid for the other 1.1. Yet when I ask people, well, why isn't anything being done? Oh, there's classrooms falling. The gyms don't have AC. Things are not working. Yet that's used by students as classrooms, community, and yet somehow the comments that I read, you guys were pretty proud about this 1,440 square foot building that nobody can use except a baseball team. Not to mention, you know, what Title IX had to spend to match for the women's team, another $250,000. So I'm not very smart, but I'm going to start doing more research, and I am grateful for the other activists that talked about her being on this journey with you guys for 2 years. I really hope you guys prioritize this. A lot of people mentioned they're watching these things. So I'm going to keep coming, and you know, I'll do research where I can, but I really want to know where $31 million of community facility funds for renovations are being applied. Thank you.
Veronica? Nicole?
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Nicole Bodette. I currently have children at Canyon Rim and El Rancho. Sadly, I'm here because my son was assaulted on the school bus coming home from school. He was kicked 3 times by a child he doesn't know, 2 of the kicks directly to his face. The bus driver did not stop. The bus driver did not notice my son's swollen, bloody face as he got off the bus. I filed a report with the school and the police and the transportation. Nothing has been done to show this situation was handled. This child is still attending school with my son, while my son still has 4 loose teeth. I'm here as a parent to make sure everything is being done to keep our kids safe, as well as teaching these students how to be good members of our community. Thank you for your time.
Chris?
It's been a long time since I've been up here. I have 2 daughters who went to Levita and also McPherson, but that was a day back. It's difficult for me to find words to express my disappointment with this board. I heard of the board's plan to declare Levita Field as surplus, meaning it no longer has purpose or use for the school district. To accomplish this, you created what you hoped would be a third party to make a recommendation that would then enable you to agree that it's surplus. The resolution 1824-25 on April 16th, 2025 established the committee based on an agenda item approved in November 14th, 2024. I would need to do more research to determine if it was a standalone agenda item or if it slid in under consent. The first meeting of this committee was not until almost a month later, May 13th, and was only to include 2 additional meetings, May 20th and May 27th. June 3rd's meeting is listed as tentative. I did not attend the first meeting as I did not become aware of this until just 4 days ago. I tried to research how all this came about prior to attending last night's meeting. The meeting was fairly educational as to all the many options the board had, sale, lease, joint occupancy, etc. However, it was only set up to receive information from district staffers. We were told that a public hearing was not going to happen until the committee had reached a draft recommendation. sometime between May 27th and the tentative meeting on June 3rd, which was also Memorial Week. Perhaps because many people might have been out on their welcome summer vacation. It was also mentioned that district staff is currently doing a consolidation analysis. However, in your statement regarding this special committee charged with determining whether, and this is from the website and from your posted words, all or part of Levita property is surplus, your statement regarding the committee continues, they are tasked with making recommendations to the Board of Education regarding the potential surplusing of any portion of the property that may or may not be necessary for current and future educational use. How is the committee to base a recommendation on future use if the consolidation analysis information is kept from them? Again, the rush to make a recommendation. Use of the full field at Levita is directly controlled by the limitation of staff. If more staff were available, and I don't mean just teachers, more of the field would see consistent use. As it is now, it's still used more than you appear to be aware of. I appreciate that years and years and years of mismanagement have left you in financial straits. I assure you, I know, well, it was a good ending.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, were those meetings scheduled just through the end of the school year? Because I know June 2nd, it would be before the end of the school year. Do we know?
So the committee decides when they're going to meet. There were dates published initially for when they were going to meet. The question, these typically take about 4 meetings to get through based on what council has advised us.
Okay.
So that was what was scheduled.
Okay.
But it's always up to the committee if they want more information or want to meet again. And as you suggested tonight, maybe it makes sense for them to punt, to wait until the consolidation is finished.
Right.
Because this started long before the consolidation was even considered.
Right. That was the point, is that the consolidation came after we had talked about the 7-Eleven committee. So obviously that is important information for them. Right. Okay. All right. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Robin?
Good evening. My name is Robin Reichelt, and I represent the Levita neighbors who live directly behind the school. To date, we are really disappointed in the way the board has chosen to handle the sale of Levita. There was no outreach to parents like myself or neighbors whose children have long since graduated from OUSD. We heard nothing. I didn't even know Levita was on the chopping block until the day before the first 7-Eleven committee meeting. What process was used to determine that Levita was surplus in the first place? In the 7-Eleven meetings, I learned there's a preliminary report, a preliminary property evaluation, an architect's report, all of which suggest pre-existing developer interest or engagement. When will these reports be made public? We are adamantly opposed to any high-density housing or other form of compact residential development. Earlier, Dr. Lynn spoke eloquently about the LCAP. She reported that elementary students want more social engagement and more extracurricular support. Well, that's exactly what the Levita field is designed to do, in addition to the emotional benefits of open space. I urge the board to be more transparent about the Levita sale and its intentions, and to choose a path that enhances the Levita school community and the value of the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
Derek?
Good evening. My name is Derek Kinsey. I'm a homeowner next to the Levita Elementary School. I am also one of the organizers of our neighborhood group, KeepingLevitaOurs.org. We're a group of 150 homeowners who are adamantly opposed to the district declaring Levita Elementary's backfield or the entire property as surplus. In a recent article in the Foothill Century, Board President Erickson made a statement on how OUSD and the board is committed to strengthening the decision-making process by prioritizing respectful dialogue and collaboration. Was this newfound prioritizing respectful dialogue and collaboration in effect when our community found out about the 7-Eleven committee in a small section of the recent news section on the district website? Our neighborhood community is troubled by the recent action taken by the board and staff in not making a more proactive approach in notifying your neighbors about your intentions. Most of our community no longer have kids in OUSD. Where was the prioritizing respectful dialogue and collaboration when you had this committee meeting literally in a back room location of the MOT department? A complex that is hard for the public to find and access, and also was not ADA compliant. We have a lot of neighbors who are in walkers who had a hard time getting to this meeting. After this first 7-Eleven committee was held, we watched the district's website change multiple times from the 7-Eleven committee to an asset management advisory committee. Why was this not figured out 72 hours before the first meeting? We are also shocked to learn that there was only one landowner in our neighborhood on this committee. Typically, when a 7-Eleven committee is formed, it includes most homeowners in the area where you are declaring a surplus property in. This whole process is being rushed, and we don't understand why. Your communication and dialogue to our community is truly disappointing. We are now questioning if the district followed Ed Code correctly in setting up the 7-Eleven committee, as well as the application process. I would encourage the superintendent and a board representative to meet with our leaders as soon as possible. I would also encourage the district to hold a 7-Eleven committee meeting at Levita Elementary to show the transparency in this process. If the committee is going to make a decision on a recommendation to the board, then they and you should know the neighborhood that it's affecting. And I'd like to put on a personal note. I did call the business office last Friday and have not received a return phone call. Thank you.
Kevin Harker.
Hi, my name's Kevin Harker. I'm here with Derek and a few other representatives from our neighborhood, part of Keep Levita Hours. I just want to mention, I had some prepared statements, but I'm just going to go based on what you said this morning, or this evening, sorry, when we started this whole saga, 3 hours long. But anyways, I just want to mention, yesterday we were at the 7-Eleven committee meeting, and one of the committee members, as we were walking out, we were kind of chatting with them, mentioned, my wife mentioned, oh, I'm sorry, this is kind of like frustrating for you. And she's like, that's okay, it's all part of the game. This is not a game. This is our life, this is our families, this is our home. And I know that that's probably not your opinion of it, but I'm going to say right now, you said open communication. We didn't get any notice, like Derek said, like Robin said. Sulema asked to meet with us, but she proposed a date 3 weeks in the future, after the 7-Eleven committee was done. I appreciate that, Sulema, for reaching out to my wife and I. I apologize for not calling you back myself, but you did talk to my wife, so I figured I didn't need to call you. Anyways, I think it's kind of crazy. If we're going to have open communication, you guys are welcome to come. We had 150 neighbors at my house in my front yard with 3 days' notice. I will happily arrange for that to happen and get all the neighbors there. You just have to tell one of us, and we will have you there. Mr. Glass, you're over our area. We would love to have you. We can meet at Levita. We can meet at my house. Either way would work. Okay? Conversations require two-way discussions, not timed comments. The 7-Eleven committee doesn't allow for us to have conversations. We can't have a conversation here, so we got to have it somewhere else. I propose my house or Levita Elementary. Now, you did mention misinformation, and that's part of the reason why I threw this out. We're just homeowners. We don't understand this whole process, and it's complicated. You guys know it's complicated, and that's why we have all these things set up to do this. We're not that way. We're not meaning to mislead anybody, but you also mentioned it was misinformation about high-density housing. I would love, in the meeting that you're going to have with us, to have this conversation where we can have two-way back and forth. We ask questions and you answer them, and we ask more questions. I would love to hear what the district is going to do to prevent I'm so grateful that you said that's not going to happen. I would love to hear your plan for making sure it doesn't happen. And I think we would all agree that that would be a huge thing. You can make us all very, very happy. Thank you very much.
Dawn?
Good evening. My name is Don Werno. I'm also a homeowner opposite the other people in the group. I listened tonight. I listened to you talk about the fact that you're justifying an increase in residential fees. I also heard yesterday when I was at the 7-Eleven Planning Commission that there have been what suggests to me a number of steps already taken to assess the Levita property for sale. And I wonder if those two things don't dovetail together. The reality is that it'll be high-density residential housing, and I question if anybody has updated either the Levita Master Plan, which was done in 2021, or taken any steps to do any sort of other analysis of the impact of a high-density housing unit 100 or 200 or 300 feet away from ongoing educational activities. You can't control the noise, you can't control the traffic, and if you put a large development literally 100 feet away from a classroom, how is that going to negatively affect our students? I'm also concerned about notice and opportunity to be heard. It's a constitutional hallmark. People have a right to learn from the government that something has happened and an opportunity to be heard. I have seen no involvement by any Hispanic parent in this process so far. It's not surprising because it seems to have gotten legs and started in a somewhat questionable process. I agree. The MOT is probably the least likely place that I would hold a public meeting. I don't think it was appropriate for the process. It definitely was not ADA compliant. But also, I don't think the people who are directly involved, the parents of the students of Levita and the property owners surrounding Levita knew this process was going on. So I would encourage you to not do what the members of the 7-Eleven committee themselves were questioning. Rush this process through. Several of the people on the committee questioned why this was such an important process that it had to be completed before you do your comprehensive analysis of the other schools in the district. Why would you sell a huge piece of property that can be used for future development, a high school, expanding the elementary school, before you've even finished the comprehensive analysis of the other properties? That doesn't make sense to me. And earlier I heard you say that you wanted to do an analysis. Well, you don't take a piece off the board before you consider the importance of the piece in a master plan. I would encourage you to make this process more transparent, to make sure people are involved so that you can reach the right conclusion with the right input. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
That concludes it. Thank you so much for all of you for coming out. We do appreciate hearing from you. Again, this is the beginning of the process. This isn't the end of the process. So, you know, we will have more conversations. I'm sure somebody will be happy to meet with you as well. So we'll have more conversations in the future about that. We will go on to other business, board, staff, recognition, and comments. Do we have any trustees that would like to speak? Okay, Trustee Thomas.
I was happy to attend the Carnival of Champions track meet this last Saturday, as well as the early learning roundup. The track meet, I have never seen 3rd and 4th graders run so fast in my life. The littlest legs ran around the track fast. But anyway, it was very enjoyable to see that, and the early learning roundup, amazing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Got the opportunity to obviously attend the Employee of the Year presentation at Fred Kelly Stadium. That was always fun to do. Second one in this role. So it was awesome to be able to celebrate our teachers who are outstanding. There's not enough awards to give to all the people that are outstanding in our schools. I also had the opportunity to go to the 8th grade standout for AVID at Angel Stadium. That was also equally as rewarding. I would like for, if it was possible, all of our students to come. And I know there's other issues at home sometimes, but the students that were there got celebrated. I know always there's the principals were there, and I would love to see all the students go so they can see the impact that they're having, not just at their school, but throughout the county. Got to go see at Villa Park Elementary, but it was the Serrano Elementary School, Finding Nemo, the kids' musical. I forgot how funny Finding Nemo was, and I totally forgot about Dory, and they did such a great job, and it was really cute and everything, and I just forgot. So it was really good. It was a really good opportunity and experience. And then finally, I got to spend some time with some of our OUSD retirees, and had a great opportunity to speak with them, to answer some questions, not too different from the questions from our public comment, because they're very aware, very engaged in our community, and they want to know what we're doing. They're supportive, and no different than our public comments. People are supportive, but they want to know what's going on, and they have an opportunity to hear about that. So I was blessed and honored to be able to do that. So I want to just thank everyone for this ongoing opportunity to serve the public here in Orange. Thank you.
Trustee Page.
Thank you. I know our student board members aren't here, but I just want to have a moment to share their commitment to ongoing learning. One example being that they attended the School Board Association conference back in December to continue learning more about board governance. And with the my colleague, Dr. Glass, helped me dedicate time to review the agenda before each board meeting. So our student board members were definitely high achievers and wanting to understand every bit of the agenda of the board meetings that were happening this school year. And we still have one more opportunity to meet with them before we hand them their diplomas at the end of the school year. But this is definitely a special group who of students who wanted to be student board members. And I think if we would have taken a look maybe 5 years ago, we wouldn't have had students who were so eager to want to be student board members. So we're definitely excited about that. I also want to take a moment to highlight one of our students from Orange High School, Jack Lorman. Jack is a senior who transferred from a neighboring school district to participate in our JROTC program. I first met Jack as a 4-year-old. He was a student in my TK class, and it was the first year I taught TK, or my first year as a teacher. It's just completely full circle that now he's a senior at Orange High School, and I've had the privilege to see him grow throughout 12 plus years. But it was announced about a month ago that Jack received a congressional nomination and subsequent competitive appointment to the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy in Kings Point, New York. He will be reporting as a plebe candidate on July 3rd, and he credits Orange High School's JROTC program for providing him with the leadership opportunities that played a key role in making this achievement possible. And after graduation from the academy, he plans to commission as an officer into the U.S. Marine Corps. And I know that many of you may have met him because of those leadership opportunities that he had with JROTC. We've seen him at multiple events leading other cadets. So I just wanted to definitely give a shout out to him, seeing that I've witnessed his entire academic journey, and I'm definitely a proud former teacher of his.
Trustee Yamasaki.
I was going to let all the other trustees talk first.
Oh, okay.
I want to give them an opportunity to speak, so I don't want to hog up, all the events.
Okay. Anybody else? Trustee Vane.
So it's a busy time of year. And I will start by saying that I very much enjoyed, with many of you, attending the GoCat Gala, and I'm excited that so many of us are supportive of the arts, and I hope that our support in that area continues. And I wish that organization lots of luck in continuing to fundraise. And it was also my honor to attend an Administrator of the Year celebration for our very own Roberto Angel. And I'm so excited that I was able to be there to celebrate and meet his family. I have also been busy touring school sites. I continue, as you know, I'm new, meeting all of the school principals. I visited Jordan and Prospect and Chapman Hills and Panorama. So thanks very much to those principals for taking the time to show me around. And when I was at Panorama, I was so excited, along with Mr. Whitner, to see them receive their attendance award. So that was really fun, and I'm excited for all of the schools that continue to work really hard to combat deficits in attendance. And also with Trustee Yamasaki, I attended the El Medina Vapa Spring Showcase, and I really enjoyed their garden. And with everything going on, it was so nice to just sit there between classes and have a moment by some fresh water. So thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to hog all of yours. I'll let you talk.
go ahead.
I did attend a few events, and I'm sure Trustee Yamasaki will tell you about them. You can follow my social media, and there are a lot more coming, so just get on all of our social media. I want to see all the fun things going on. I just wanted to mention one more time that May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and I wanted to just I don't know if employees know, we get a lot of emails, but I've been really impressed with business services. Alejandra Plata has been sending emails, I think, every Monday. And I want to thank Dr. Holguin, because I know that that's coming from, your leadership as well. But there's been a month-long series of mental health activities, resources, not just in general, but really geared toward our employees here in Orange Unified. Whether you have a health plan or not, there have been all these different resources that have been given out. We have our Employee Assistance Program, which offers confidential assistance and support for personal, professional challenges. I mean, there's all kinds of things on there. If you haven't logged in or just looked at the flyer, take a look, because it just made me think, wow, we're really taking care of our own. And I think that's really important, not just in May when it's mental health awareness. That's when we talk about it and we kind of remind everybody that we need to take care of ourselves. But I just thought that was really amazing that we were putting our employees, as a priority. So, we had the Employee of the Year. I did go to that, and that's fun to celebrate. But when we're really saying, hey, we really care about all of you and we want to take care of everybody, I just wanted to thank you guys for that, because I think that's really important. And then remember, students, it's a crazy time of year, so I doubt you're all listening right now. Hopefully you're in bed or studying. But this is a crazy time of year. If anyone's experiencing a crisis, 988, text, phone, you can talk to anybody. That's just really important, May and every other month of the year. So thank you.
All right, thank you. So it's been a very, very busy last 2 weeks. I went to over a dozen events, so I'm glad my colleagues were able to share some of it. So I'll focus on the ones that wasn't shared, okay? I wanted to recognize that this May was Teacher Appreciation Week, and it was wonderful to see all the teacher appreciation luncheon celebration throughout the district. Many of our parent groups posted about it, and it was so great to see our schools being supported by parents. One of the things I wanted to highlight is that many of you may or may not know that Richland High School does not have a parent support group, and so the Orange Unified Council, PTA, sponsors a luncheon every year for these teachers. And so I want to thank OUC PTA, Schools First, and Canes for their donations in celebrating these teachers. And so the teachers were really grateful and expressed a lot of thanks to the PTA. I also wanted to say thank you to the Palmyra families and Principal Blutterman for hosting the Taste of Palmyra. It's great to see the community come together for a multicultural event. We get to taste different foods, celebrate the cultures, see dances and other activities. And so these events are so good for the community. I also wanted to highlight, this one. It's I went to the succulent sale. That was done by the Adult Transition Special Education Department and the workability students, and it was so wonderful. Walk into the room, and it was packed. I was there pretty early, but apparently right when it opened, it was like all the good stuff was a lot of the good stuff was taken right away. But what was amazing is just seeing the students standing behind their tables with all their stuff in front of them, and they were just smiling and beaming. And so as you walk by and you pick a plant, they're just like trying to help you, and they it's a great opportunity for our students to have real life experience interacting with the community or the teachers and just selling. And I think it's just an amazing program. And I meant to bring my plant, and I forgot it on my kitchen table, but super cute. And the kids also decorated some of the pots, and they painted some rocks, and so it was really, really great event. And so I posted about it, and I got some messages from members of the community, and they said, how come we weren't invited? So I think we might have to expand it. And let's see, I did all the others. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to just say is, again, I wanted to recognize, I know we talked about it, the Employees of the Year celebration. It was really good to see so many of our employees come out for that, and they are like, the employees who have really dedicated a lot of time and effort and energy into making our schools really awesome. And so I wanted to highlight their achievement and accomplishments and thank them for all they do for our district. And that's it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, all of you. I know you've been really busy and attending probably 10 times more than what you talked about, so I appreciate it. For anybody who is left listening, June 18th is our next board meeting, and we will schedule a study session prior to that regular board meeting to discuss some of the work of the Consolidation Committee, I believe, or to study some of what's happening, and that will start at 3:30 p.m. It will be a special meeting, a study session meeting, so we will provide the notice for that, but I just wanted to give people a heads up in case they wanted to set that time aside. All right, anything else? We good? All right, meeting adjourned, 10:35 p.m. Thank you.